Liu Jingxian walked to the chair behind her study desk and sat down. She didn't offer an Ruoxi a seat. Her face was grim, but her chin stayed tilted up, that arrogant posture locked in place. "Missen, what exactly were you implying just now?" And Ruoxi settled into the chair across from her without any rush. She spun a decorative ornament idly on the desk, her voice flat. "I know you're his mother. I also know you were behind the knife wound he took last time and the assassin after that." She looked up. "You want him dead?" Liu Jingxian's hands tightened on the desk, a flicker of cruelty in her eyes. Her voice stayed steady. "Missen, you shouldn't say such things without proof. Do you have any?" And Ruoxi studied the woman's unshakable composure and felt grudging respect. Playing a bad hand this well took real skill. She tapped her fingers twice on the desk. "Proof doesn't matter. I'm not here to settle scores with you today. I'm here to tell you one thing. Bringing a child into the world and then abandoning him is evil. Wanting to murder your own son for your own selfish gain is poison. Xiao Yuan never did anything wrong, and has suffered so much because of you. A woman like you doesn't deserve to call herself his mother." Liu Jingxian's hands trembled against the wood, but her face showed no remorse. "Did Xiao Yuan tell you all that? If I'd known he'd turn on his own family like this, I should have strangled him the day he was born." And Ruoxi's gaze sharpened. She slammed her palm onto the desk. A chunk of the high-quality black ebony splintered off. The violent crack made Liu Jingxian flinch back. Just how strong was this woman? A flash of panic crossed her face before she recovered. "What do you think you're doing?" And Ruoxi stood, planting both hands on the desk as she leaned over her. "I'm warning you. If you ever hurt Xiao Yuan again, I will not let you get away with it." She delivered the threat, then turned and walked out of the study without looking back. Liu Jingxian stared at her retreating figure, then hurled the nearest objects off the desk in fury. "Ungrateful brat, I knew keeping you alive would only cause trouble. I've worked too hard to get where I am. I won't let anyone destroy it." After her outburst, she pulled out her phone and dialed an Shangxing. "Find somewhere quiet to talk. I need to tell you something." A moment later, an Shangxing's voice came through. "Go ahead." Liu Jingxian's anger boiled over. "Didn't you say you'd take care of an Ruoxi? Why is she still walking around alive?" And Shangxing paused. "I've sent several teams after her. Either she's incredibly lucky, or something else is going on. She slips away every time." Liu Jingxian's eyes landed on the gouge in the desk where an Ruoxi had struck. That girl picked up some skills during the 4 years she was gone. You need to find a way to finish her off quickly. Once she takes control and uncovers the truth about the car accident that hit her family, the one we worked on together, both of our families are finished. And Shangxing's voice turned irritated. "Fine. I get it." She hung up and paced the study. Fuming. An Ruoxi's words kept replaying in her head. How much did she know about what happened back then? No, she had to warn Xiao Yuan. Tell him to keep his mouth shut. An Ruoxi left Liu Jingxian's study and returned to the banquet hall. Her gaze swept over a server standing in the corner. She looked away quickly. She walked toward the lounge area and found Xiao Yuan staring right at her. She touched her face. "What?" A small smile tugged at his lips. "Nothing, you just look really beautiful." And Ruoxi felt her cheeks warm. Smooth talker. She didn't sit down. "I'm going to the restroom." She had to leave so that Liu Jingxian would have an opening to approach Xiao Yuan alone. Sure enough, not long after Ruoxi left, Liu Jingxian appeared in front of Xiao Yuan with a dark expression. "Come with me. I need to talk to you." He stood, and the two of them headed toward the study. Ruoxi stepped out from a corner and gave her people a subtle nod. They scattered quickly. Moments later, a server ran over in a panic. "There's an incident in the lounge." His voice carried, and many guests turned their heads. "What happened?" The server stammered, "I don't know, I just heard strange noises coming from inside." The guests exchanged glances. Some wanted to check it out, others hesitated. Someone said, "Let's have security go with us to take a look." The banquet coordinator rushed over and led a group of guards toward the lounge. As soon as they reached the door, sounds filtered through that made faces flush. A guest laughed. "I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just people fooling around." Who's so desperate they'd do that at someone's birthday party? Classless, probably not anyone worth knowing. Zhao Qingji was among the crowd. She never missed gossip. Seeing the buzz, she jumped in. "Let's go in and see." Someone demurred. That might not be appropriate, would ruin their fun. Zhao Qingji snorted. "If they're shameless enough to do it here, they shouldn't mind an audience. For all we know, it's some man cheating on his wife. Would be doing a good deed." That convinced the curious crowd. The guards had no choice but to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, onlookers rushed in. Inside, Pei Tianqian and Chu were tangled up together. Startled by the flood of people, and Chu screeched and covered her face. "Get out, all of you, get out." Pei Tianqi, clearly drugged, was still writhing. Zhao Qingji froze Pei Tianqi, then rage flooded her. Pei Tianqi was supposed to be engaged to her daughter. Which tramp was seducing him? She stormed forward. "Let me see the little tramp who's stealing my daughter's fiancé." She yanked the blanket off and Chu, when she saw the face underneath, she gasped, "Chu?" Then humiliation twisted her features. How could you do this?" The onlookers barely held back their laughter. The gossip had just bitten her own daughter. Truly ironic. The banquet coordinator realized Pei Tianqi was drugged and quickly called for a doctor. The doctor arrived and administered an antidote. Soon, Pei Tianqi came to. He stared at the scene, confused and furious. "What the hell is going on?" And Chu's eyes flickered with panic before she burst into tears. "Brother Tianqi, I don't know either. Someone set us up." Pei Tianqi exploded. "This is outrageous. Whoever framed me, I'll find them and tear them apart." Knowing his status, the coordinator hurried to soothe him. "Second young Master Pei, please calm down. I'll have it investigated immediately." He turned to the guards. "Notify everyone. Find out who did this to young Master Pei." With orders issued, the coordinator rushed to report to Liu Jingxian. He reached the study entrance but was stopped by the guards. "I have urgent business with Mrs. Liu," he said. The guard's face was stone. "Mrs. Liu is in a meeting. No one is allowed to disturb her." And Xioli moved to a corner where she could see the whole banquet hall. She noted the security guards at every exit, slowly vanishing one by one. Her phone buzzed. "Xiao Liu," she answered without a word. "Boss," Xiao Liu said, low. Most of them went hunting for whoever drugged Pei Tianming. Security's down by at least half. "You want us to move?" And Xiuli's eyes found Xie Mingyu lounging on a couch, scrolling his phone with obvious boredom. 4 massive bodyguards stood behind him. After his last kidnapping by Xiao Yuan, Xie Mingyu barely went out, and his detail was always heavy. This was the best shot she'd get, she smiled. Move. The second she said it, the hall plunged into darkness. What the hell? Blackout. You're kidding, first party I've ever been to that loses power. What's wrong with the Xie family? Hey, stop shoving. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Chaos broke loose. The backup generator roared on, light flooded back. Tables had been flipped, food and pastries were scattered everywhere. The place was a disaster. Some guests stood frozen in shock. Others sat on the floor, dazed. Then a woman screamed, "Xie Mingyu's gone." Everyone whipped around to where he'd been. His 4 bodyguards were on the ground, out cold. In the study, Liu Jingxian stepped out, her face ice. Xiao Yuan followed, expression just as dark. They'd been screaming at each other in there. The event organizer ran up, panic all over his face. Madam Liu, something terrible happened. Liu Jingxian's face tightened. It's my birthday. Are you trying to curse me? The organizer shook his head wildly. No, young Master Xie, his disappeared. What? Liu Jingxian's face went white. How is that possible? The organizer stammered. There was a blackout. When the lights came back, he was gone. Liu Jingxian spun and shot Xiao Yuan a murderous glare. Did you do this? Xiao Yuan's eyes went sharp and dark. He's a weakling, not worth my time. Liu Jingxian threw him a venomous look and strode into the banquet hall. She saw the mess and shook with rage. This was her first major birthday celebration as head of the family. And it had turned into a joke. Whoever did this, she'd rip them apart. She glared at the unconscious bodyguards. I assigned over 100 men, worthless. The organizer quivered. Pei Tianming was drugged at the banquet. He lost it and demanded we find whoever did it. So I sent some guards to search. Liu Jingxian's face went purple. Why didn't you report this to me? The organizer whimpered. I went to the study, but your bodyguard said you were busy and couldn't be disturbed. Liu Jingxian ground her teeth. Find him now. If anything happens to my son, every one of you dies with him. Xiao Yuan didn't stay. He walked out fast. Juhan caught up. Boss, you're leaving? Xiao Yuan ignored him, got in his car, and sped off. Juhan scratched his head. What's the rush? Looks like his wife just ran off. Inside the car, Xiao Yuan's face was stone. Find Xiuli's location. He ordered Li Feng back at the Xie mansion. The guests had all gone. Liu Jingxian paced the study, restless. The search teams had nothing. Her phone rang. She snatched it up. A cold, robotic voice came through. If you want your son alive, come to the Xie Corporation vault. Liu Jingxian's heart seized. Fine. Don't hurt him. She hung up, her eyes turning vicious. Her assistant. Get everyone, bring the best equipment. We're heading to the vault. Anyone who touched her son would die tonight. A convoy of luxury cars tore through the capital streets. In the trunks, hidden away, heavy weapons. Liu Jingxian sat in the back of one car, steady as granite, her gaze sharp and cold. She hadn't climbed this far by being soft. She'd clawed her way up with brains and ruthlessness. Everyone who crossed her had regretted it. Soon, the convoy stopped at Xie Corporation. Liu Jingxian stepped out in a black suit, dignified and deadly. She walked toward the vault. The elevator. 2 guards lay sprawled on the floor. Her face went colder. She took the elevator down to the vault level. The doors opened to a scene of hired mercenaries scattered everywhere, unmoving. Now she was shaken. Those mercenaries were top tier, each worth 10 regular guards. They'd cost a fortune, and they were all laid out like dead dogs. Whoever was behind this was more dangerous than she'd thought. She steadied herself and walked toward the vault. Around the corner, a figure in black sat in a chair, a mask covering their face. Xie Mingyu was on his knees, hands tied behind his back, white as a ghost. When he saw his mother, tears burst out. "Mom, get me out of here." Xie Mingyu. Seeing her son humiliated like that twisted Liu Jingxian's heart. She glared at the masked figure. "What do you want?" The figure and surely rose. She aimed a gun at Xie Mingyu and planted a boot on the chair. "Open the vault." Liu Jingxian swayed. She clenched her fists. "You think you'll get away with this?" And Xiuli's lips curved. "Looks like you don't care much about your son." She chambered around and pressed the barrel against Xie Mingyu's right hand. "No." Liu Jingxian screamed, her face draining white. Her lips trembled. "Don't hurt him. I'll open it now." And Xiuli watched the woman's desperate love for her son, and a bitter taste filled her mouth. 2 sons, one thrown away like garbage, the other treasured like a jewel. She hated this woman. Liu Jingxian walked slowly to the vault door. She entered the code. A camera popped out and scanned her iris. Click, the first door opened. She repeated the process for the next 2 doors. And Xiuli dragged Xie Mingyu along, following Liu Jingxian through all 3 layers into the vault. Inside, rows of safes glittered. Her heart leaped. Then, one by one, the vault doors slammed shut behind them. Liu Jingxian's beautiful face twisted into a cruel smile. "You can't escape now." And Ruoxi heard Liu Jingxian's threat, but she didn't flinch. She pressed the gun harder against Xie Mingyu's temple. "Give me the latest brain repair trial data." Liu Jingxian went rigid. The vault held secrets that could shatter the Xie Empire, and this woman in black only wanted clinical data for some drug. She hadn't expected that. Her voice was ice. "Even if you get the data, so what? You're trapped. There's no way out of here." And Ruoxi smiled. "Not with the 2 of you as company. I'd say I'm coming out ahead." Liu Jingxian's face burned with fury. "Give up now and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you won't leave this place breathing." And Ruoxi was done talking. She dug the muzzle into Xie Mingyu's skull. "Give me the data now." Xie Mingyu started trembling. "Mom, just give it to her," he cried. "What's a few files compared to my life?" Liu Jingxian bit down on her lip, fury blazing. She didn't say another word. She turned, walked to a small safe, keyed in the code, and opened it. She pulled out a folder but held it back. "I'll give you the data," she said coldly. "Let my son go first." And Ruoxi paused. She wasn't worried about tricks. "Fine." She released Xie Mingyu. He bolted toward his mother. "Mom." Liu Jingxian tossed the folder to an RU11 and Ruoxi caught it and flipped through fast. The data was complete. It looked legitimate. Liu Jingxian pulled her son close, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She took 2 slow steps backward and hit a hidden mechanism. The floor opened beneath them into a gaping hole. They dropped straight through. Just before the hole sealed shut, her voice rang out, triumphant. "I'll be back in a few days to collect your corpse." And Ruoxi glanced at the closed floor, unconcerned. She finished checking the documents, then carefully tucked the folder into her backpack. She looked around. The vault was sealed tight, not even a fly could get through. The only exits were the 3 heavy security doors and that hole. But the hole required Liu Jingxian's fingerprint to open. Ruoxi's lips curved. They thought this could trap her. Outside the vault, rows of heavily armed mercenaries waited in formation. Liu Jingxian and Xie Mingyu emerged and joined them. The lead mercenary bowed. "Madam, your orders?" Liu Jingxian's eyes were dark as she stared at the sealed door. "Send 2 men to escort the young master home." She turned to Xie Mingyu, her gaze softening to something almost tender. "Don't be afraid. Go home." Xie Mingyu's face was still pale, terror lingering in his eyes. He nodded and followed the 2 mercenaries away. Liu Jingxian's expression hardened again. "Release the gas," she said flatly. "She dared to touch my son. She dies in there." The lead mercenary nodded. "Yes, he signaled. "Gas." 2 men pulled on masks and moved toward the vault. All eyes were fixed on the door. No one noticed the distant elevator ding. The doors slid open, revealing another team of masked, heavily armed mercenaries. They moved fast. The moment they reached the vault, they opened fire. The ambush scattered Liu Jingxian's men in seconds. Liu Jingxian took a hit to the arm before her guards shoved her out of the line of fire and rushed her through a different exit. Outside the vault, chaos erupted. On the rooftop of the Xie building, Xiao Yuan stood against the wind, his trench coat whipping around him. His expression was grim as he stared at the tablet in his hand. If he weren't terrified, Liu Jingxian would recognize him and guess that an Ruoxi was inside. He would have led the assault himself and taken down that viper. Li Feng stood beside him. "Mr. Xiao, our team brought a top lock specialist. Mission will be fine." Xiao Yuan watched the live feed. His mercenaries were routing the opposition, but the frown on his face didn't ease. "Waiting like this was torture. Is the helicopter ready?" His voice was tight. "On its way," Li Feng said. Inside the vault, and Ruoxi pulled tools from her backpack and pried open the fingerprint scanner panel. She took out a small canister of liquid nitrogen and sprayed the lock mechanism. Instantly, the metal frosted over, turning white as snow. She checked her watch and counted. 3, 2, 1. At 1, the lock gave a sharp crack. The casing shattered. She pried the panel open, pulled the manual release lever, and the seamless floor split apart. Ruoxi dropped into the hole. Once she was down, she stood, dusted off her clothes, and looked up at the sealed panel above her. A satisfied smile crossed her face. Those 3 vault doors might be beyond her, but a tiny digital lock like that, she'd cracked 100 of them. She didn't linger. She sprinted for the rooftop. Passing through the corridor outside the vault, She spotted two groups of fighters locked in a brutal firefight. Who's tearing into Liu Jingxian's people? She wondered. But she didn't stop. She slipped past them unnoticed and made her way to the roof. She burst onto the rooftop, ready to rappel down. Before she could set up, a figure lunged at her, fist flying straight for her face. Ruoxi ducked, dodged, then threw a punch of her own, fast and hard. A blow like that could kill. Just as her fist was about to connect, she recognized the Mandli Feng. What was he doing here? She pulled her punch at the last second. Even at half force, Li Feng crumpled to the ground. More mercenaries rushed forward. Stop! Xiao Yuan's voice cut through the chaos. Ruoxi froze. He was here too. Before she could react, he closed the distance and pulled her into his arms. She. He held her tight, burying his face in her shoulder. She wriggled once. Let's get out of here first. He released her instantly. Right. He took her hand and led her to the waiting helicopter. The rotors whirred, and they lifted off. Ruoxi clutched her backpack, finally letting herself breathe. She'd done it. Xiao Yuan pulled the black mask from Ansholi's face. The helicopter hummed through the night sky, the city lights scattered below like spilled diamonds. This was the first time they'd been face to face since she'd started hiding her identity. A sharp pang of guilt hit her. She couldn't meet his eyes. How did you know it was me? He brushed away the faint marks the mask had left on her cheeks, his touch lighter than she'd ever felt. His eyes held a softness she'd never seen before. I've known for a while. She blinked, her mind racing back over the weeks. When had she slipped? Then it clicked. The forest. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and flicked her forehead. Smart girl. She rubbed the spot and pouted. And you just pretended you didn't know. He looked at her, something warm and fierce blooming in his chest. Without a word, he gathered her into his arms. What difference does it make, whether I knew or not? I love you no matter who you are. Her heart stumbled. She wrapped her arms around his waist. How did you know I'd be there today? His expression darkened. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his jaw tight. Didn't I tell you to come to me when something happens? What did you promise me? She knew she was in the wrong. Still holding onto his waist, she tilted her chin up, eyes wide, face open, a silent plea. It won't happen again. Don't be mad, okay? He froze. Was she actually trying to sweet-talk him? Why was his heart slamming against his ribs? He looked away fast. Don't do it again. She raised her right hand, a smile breaking through. I promise. He stared at her laughing face, and heat flooded his chest. He pulled her in again, a silent prayer running through his mind. Please, let me keep her. I'll pay any price. A Tian residence. The front door had barely shut before a slap cracked through the foyer. And Shangxing's palm connected with Chuchu's cheek. His chest heaved. He pointed at her, hand trembling. You humiliated me. The whole night was a disgrace. Zhao Qingji rushed to her daughter's side, fingers hovering over the red mark blooming on Chuchu's skin. Chuchu was the victim here. How dare you hit her? And Xianyu chimed in from the side. Yeah, Dad, Pei Tianming is the one who took advantage of her. Why don't you go hit him? And Shangxing whirled on Zhao Qingji. This is your fault, you spoiled her rotten. But Nchuchu stood eerily calm even after losing face in front of the entire upper crust. She didn't regret a single thing she'd done tonight. She lifted her chin. Dad, haven't you always wanted a marriage alliance with the Pei family? Now we have our reason. And Shangxing stared, momentarily stunned. You didn't actually drug Pei Tianming just to marry into that family, did you? He grabbed her arm. Are you insane? If he ever finds out, you'll have no choice but to choke on this. She was past caring. I didn't plant the drug. I just seized the opportunity. Zhao Qingji jumped in, voice smooth. Honey, think about it. Since it's already done, maybe it's not such a bad thing if it leads to a marriage. And Shangxing's jaw clenched. He couldn't argue the logic, but the memory of those people pointing fingers at him at the Xie family party burned in his mind. Humiliating. I'll go to the Pei residence tomorrow, he said flatly. My daughter doesn't get taken advantage of for nothing. I'll make Pei Tianming marry you. And Chuchu's face lit up, every trace of shame gone. Thanks, Dad. And Xioli dropped off the experiment data with Dr. Jin first, then she and Xiao Yuan took the helicopter back to Taiping Mountain. She was so drained from the day that she slipped asleep against his shoulder mid-flight. He turned his head, watching her peaceful face, a fierce protectiveness surging through him. Gently, he tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and pressed a kiss there. They reached Taiping Mountain close to midnight. Xiao Yuan didn't wake her. He lifted her from the car and cradled her against his chest. She stirred, blinking. We're here. Yeah. A soft smile. Go back to sleep. I've got you. She looped her arms around his neck, buried her face against him, and murmured a sleepy mm. He carried her up to her room. Jingjing followed them in. Mr. Xiao, I can take over. I'll draw her a bath. He waved her off without looking away from Xioli. You go rest. I'll handle it. Jingjing's eyes went wide. Is going to take care of Miss and himself. Her favorite couple just kept getting sweeter. Fighting a grin, she said, Okay, I'll leave you two alone. She slipped out and quietly pulled the door shut. Xiao Yuan went into the bathroom, ran the warm water, and poured in the milk bath that had been set out. When everything was ready, he came back to the bed, gathered Xioli up, and carried her into the bathroom. He settled her on the edge of the tub and started unbuttoning her clothes. Half asleep, she stirred and opened her eyes. When she saw his hands working with practiced ease, a blush crept up her cheeks. I can do it myself. He caught her hand, amusement dancing in his gaze. What are you scared of? I've seen every inch of you. Besides, you're worn out. He leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. Let me give you the full service. The way he said full service sent a tingle down her spine. She shot him a drowsy glare. Not tonight. I'm too tired. He kissed her cheek, his voice dropping to a murmur. Don't worry. I'm just going to wash you. That's all. She was too exhausted to argue. When she sank into the warm, milky water, every tight muscle in her body loosened. He knelt beside the tub, working the tension from her shoulders and arms with slow, steady hands. Her eyelids drooped. She was asleep before she knew it. He didn't let her soak too long. He dried her off, carried her back to bed, and was about to head to the shower himself when her fingers caught his wrist. "Don't go." He sat back down on the edge of the bed, stroking her hair. "Okay." She slept deeper than she had in days when morning light slipped through the curtains, and Xioli stretched lazily and opened her eyes. "Sleep well?" She whipped her head to the side. Xiao Yuan was lying on his side beside her, propped on one elbow, watching her with a lazy smile. She remembered asking him to stay. A slow grin curved her lips, and she rolled onto her side to face him. "Up for some exercise?" His gaze darkened, heat flickering behind his eyes. He licked his lips and shifted over her. "Couldn't agree more." He kissed her, hungry, possessive, taking control. His hand slid under her shirt, roaming with purpose. A soft sound escaped her, and then she stiffened. "I don't have any, in my room." Breathing hard, he pulled away and rolled off the bed. "I'll get some." He was back in under a minute, climbing under the covers with a handful of boxes. She glanced over, at least 6. She pressed a palm against his burning chest. "That's a lot." He tore one open, already leaning in to kiss her again. "We'll need them." Maybe it was the sunlight this time. Or maybe it was just the way morning energy hit different. Xiao Yuan was wound tight with an excitement he didn't bother hiding. The first box was empty already. He reached for a second one on the nightstand, but Ruoxi stopped his hand. "Enough. That's enough." Her voice scraped out like gravel. Her throat felt scorched dry. Xiao Yuan brushed the damp hair off her forehead and pressed a kiss to her flushed cheek. "Already full?" Her lower back screamed in protest. She caught her breath and glared at him. "I'm stuffed." He licked his teeth, a filthy grin spreading, and when he repeated the word, his voice dropped to a low, gravelly rasp. "Stuffed." And Ruoxi's brain replayed every desperate thing she'd moaned into the sheets, and her whole face burst into flames. She shoved him hard. "Animal." He dropped the smirk and pulled back the covers. "Let me carry you to the shower." Once they were cleaned up, and Ruoxi sat on the bed while Xiao Yuan dried her hair, she grabbed her phone from the nightstand. Old master and had sent a string of messages. "Sweetheart, still at your friend's place. It's Saturday, want to come home for lunch? Grandpa hasn't seen you in days. Did I miss you?" She checked the time and winced. "Past noon already. Lunch was out." She typed back, "Grandpa, we stayed up late talking. Just woke up. I'll come home for dinner." Xiao Yuan was still holding the blow dryer. His eyes dropped to the screen, and a soft laugh slipped out. Ruoxi swiveled around. "What's so funny?" He clicked the dryer off, leaned down, and brought his mouth right next to her ear. "I think you used the wrong word." His breath was warm and damp, thick with a sticky intimacy that prickled her skin. She tilted away. "Which word?" His voice came low and rough, like velvet dragged over gravel. "Not talking." "We were talking, deep. You." Her cheeks blazed. She glared at him, huffing like a furious cat. "You are shameless." He just watched her. That shy, flaring heat in her expression gave him a pleasure he couldn't name. He flicked the dryer back on and ran his fingers carefully through her hair. "Was I wrong? Didn't you say yourself it was too deep?" And Ruoxi's fist tightened until she heard her own knuckles crack. She'd never met anyone this brazen. She wanted to rip that mouth right off his face. Her phone buzzed. "Xiao Liu." She motioned to Xiao Yuan, and he obediently killed the dryer. The moment she answered, Xiao Liu's voice came through tight, "Boss. And Shangxing went to the Pei family this morning. Our source on their household staff says the marriage alliance is a done deal." And Ruoxi's expression stayed calm, like she'd been waiting for exactly this. "I put on that little performance at Liu Jingxian's birthday banquet for a reason." Xiao Liu sounded thrown. "You're not worried the An and Pei families will team up and make things harder for us?" A cold smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Don't worry, they won't be holding hands. Has the engagement date been set?" "I heard in Shangxing wants the banquet in 2 weeks, but the Pei family thinks that's too rushed. They want to pick a more auspicious date." And Ruoxi's eyes narrowed, her mind already racing. The scandal between Enchuchu and Pei Tianqi made way too much noise. Public talk doesn't die down that fast. To protect both families' reputations, the Pei family will agree to 2 weeks. 2 weeks is enough. We'll lay the next piece, then close the net on Zhao Yongqiong and An Xianyu. The moment Xiao Liu heard she had a plan, his energy surged. "Got it." When the call ended, and Ruoxi realized Xiao Yuan was still sitting at the head of the bed. She'd assumed he'd left. He gave her a slow, lazy smile. "Your methods could use a little more bite. Want me to throw in some gasoline? Making Shangxing's life an absolute living hell?" And Ruoxi perked up. "How?" Xiao Yuan leaned closer. "Shameless as always. Kiss me first, then I'll tell you." She jerked back, lifted her foot, and planted it right on his cheek. "Dream on." As she started to pull away, he moved fast, caught her ankle, pressed a kiss to the top of her bare foot, and smirked. "Baby's feet taste sweet." And Ruoxi was speechless. Seriously. Could somebody please come take this degenerate away? When they left Taiping Mountain, and Ruoxi made a quick stop at Xia Ying's shop. Ever since word got out that she was Master Yunji, Oroao's business had exploded. Every day was wall-to-wall chaos. Xia Ying planned to ride the momentum, build her own factory, open more locations. An Ruoxi had always known her friend had a head for business. The only reason she'd failed before was because a friend had screwed her over. They talked through some details, then An Ruoxi headed to the old mansion. Old Master An had just woken from his afternoon nap. The moment he saw her, his face lit. "Sweetheart, come here to Grandpa." And Ruoxi settled beside him with a warm smile. "Grandpa." He took her hand. "You haven't been home in days. This friend of yours, he wouldn't happen to be a boyfriend, would he?" And Ruoxi's eyes flickered. Xiao Yuan didn't exactly have a clean reputation in the capital. If Grandpa found out, he'd worry. Better to tell him later. She kept her smile steady. "No boyfriend, Grandpa. I opened a shop. It's been keeping me busy, so I've been crashing at a friend's place." Old Master An's eyes lit up even more. "You're starting a business, sweetheart. That's wonderful." And Ruoxi stayed modest. "Just a small thing, nothing compared to the An group you built." At the mention of the An group, Old Master An sighed. "Your uncle's management can't touch your father's. The mess he made with that resort project came down to choosing the wrong people. I warned him, hire on merit, not on favoritism, but he wouldn't listen. If he keeps running things like this, who knows how much longer the An group can hold on." And Ruoxi felt a twist of guilt. That incident had been her doing. And yes, it had hurt the group. But An Shangxing wasn't fit to run the company. Sometimes you had to use a heavy hand to pull him down so the right person could take charge, she said. Grandpa, I've been learning the ropes at the company. I'll be able to help Uncle soon. Old Master N's expression brightened. Speaking of, how did your last project go? And Ruoxi remembered the explosion. An Shangxing had ended up shooting himself in the foot. The perpetrator was Liang Xini. Even though An Shangxing scrambled to cut every tie between her and the company, the game company wouldn't let it slide. They insisted the police dig into it thoroughly. Since both the mastermind and the perpetrator were still alive, and Shangxing was sweating, afraid the situation would spiral, he rushed a settlement. Within 2 days, he agreed to the investment deal and threw in a third more capital than what had been on the table. Thinking back, and Ruoxi smiled smooth. The contract's signed. We're just waiting for the funds. Old Master N looked proud. His granddaughter had always been brilliant. A child prodigy, they'd called her. Now her first project at the company had gone well. A bold thought rose in his mind. He held her hand tighter. Ruoxi, would you like to join the management team? And Ruoxi froze for a second. She'd planned to rack up a few more wins before bringing it up herself. She hadn't expected her grandfather to offer first. Grandpa, before she could answer, a bright voice rang from the doorway. And Choo-Choo came bouncing in. And Choo-Choo swept into the room first, practically vibrating with excitement. And Shangxing followed right behind her. The moment they spotted An Ruoxi sitting on the sofa beside Old Master N, their faces flickered. And Choo-Choo tossed An Ruoxi a dismissive glance, then crossed the room with a bright smile and settled on Old Master N's other side. What's got you so happy? Old Master N asked, beaming at her. A flush of shyness crept across An Choo-Choo's face. I'm getting engaged. Old Master N's eyes sparkled with surprise. I hadn't heard a single word about this. Which family's son? And Choo-Choo darted a look at An Shangxing but said nothing. Pei Tianqi had once been An Ruoxi's fiancé before the engagement was official, and Choo-Choo hadn't dared breathe a word to Old Master N. She was terrified he'd lose his temper. But now the arrangement was locked in. There was no point hiding it. An Shangxing walked over and sank into a single armchair. A maid served him tea. He took a slow sip, then said, the Pei family. Old Master N's expression froze. The Pei family. Their eldest son is already married. That only leaves Pei Tianqi. And Choo-Choo lifted her chin and met An Ruoxi's gaze. Grandpa, it is Pei Tianqi. Old Master N's face went cold. That's absurd. Pei Tianqi was once your sister's fiancé. Are you trying to humiliate her on purpose? And Choo-Choo didn't back down. Grandpa, An Ruoxi was missing for 4 years. The engagement between the families was called off a long time ago. Tianqi and I truly love each other. Why shouldn't we be together? But if you do this, what will people say about your sister? Old Master N still refused to yield. Seeing this, An Ruoxi smiled and gently smoothed his sleeve. Grandpa, don't be upset. I let go of that a long time ago. If sister can marry into the Pei family, I'm happy for her. And Shangxing's face darkened. Dad, an alliance with the Pei family pushes the N group's future forward. If Choo-Choo doesn't marry in, should we hand that opportunity to another family? And Choo-Choo jumped in right on cue. Exactly, Tianqi doesn't have feelings for An Ruoxi anymore anyway. Besides, An Ruoxi has already latched onto sister. And Ruoxi's voice cut through the room. I suggest you choose your next words carefully. Her tone stayed level, but when Nchuchu met her eyes, something cold flickered there that made her flinch. Nchuchu pressed her lips together and fell silent. Old master and let out a soft sigh. I can't control you children anymore. He turned and took Ruoxi's hand. My dear, don't be sad, Grandpa will find you someone even better. Nchuchu snorted to herself. Pei Tianchi was as good as it gots for Xiao Yuan. That man stood on a level so far beyond everyone else that forgotten Ruoxi, no one in the entire capital could even reach him. Whatever was going on between him and Ruoxi, it was probably just a game. Shangxing and Nchuchu stayed for dinner, then left. Before they went, Nchuchu pulled Ruoxi aside alone. She smiled, triumphant. Ruoxi, after all these years, I finally win. Everything Nchuchu had once envied Ruoxi for. Surely Ruoxi was burning with jealousy now, but Ruoxi's face showed not a single trace of envy. Not even a ripple. A faint, mocking glint flickered in her eyes. Then I hope you get everything you want, sister. Nchuchu didn't get the reaction she wanted. She stormed off, fuming. Did I end the car on the way home? The more she replayed it, the angrier she grew. She turned to Shangxing. Dad, why does Grandpa love Ruoxi so much? He's not going to give her his 15% stake, is he? Shangxing's eyes narrowed to slits. Old master and was chairman of the group. Though he'd handed over day-to-day control to Shangxing in recent years, he still held 15% of the shares. Shangxing would have to find a way to get them. In the Xie family study, Liu Jingxian sat on the sofa, her face a mask of dark fury. A doctor in a white coat bent over her, carefully tending to a gunshot wound on her arm. The bullet had torn clean through the flesh, leaving a raw, bloody trench across her upper right arm. The doctor peeled away the old gauze and began applying fresh medication. Staring at the ugly wound on her pale skin, Liu Jingxian clenched her teeth. Will it scar? She demanded, her voice flat. The doctor's hands trembled. He answered carefully, the wound is deep. Under normal circumstances, yes, it will scar, but don't worry. We can do skin grafts later. It will just be somewhat painful. Liu Jingxian's expression darkened even more. She turned her glare on a subordinate standing nearby. The men I sent to watch the vault, still no word. He quickly said, I'll call and check right away. The phone had barely rung when a ringtone sounded just outside the study door. A black-suited bodyguard pushed the door open and stepped in. Liu Jingxian's gaze turned icy. Well, is that damned woman dead or not? The bodyguard swayed slightly, then dropped his head. According to the security footage, the woman escaped through a hidden emergency exit. What? Liu Jingxian shot to her feet. At that exact moment, the doctor had tweezers in hand, pressing a cotton swab soaked in ointment into the wound. Her sudden movement drove the tweezers straight into the gash. She sucked in a sharp, pained breath. Enraged, she kicked the doctor square in the chest. Are you trying to kill me with pain? The doctor crumpled to the floor, head bowed, voice shaking. I'm so sorry, Liu Jingxian ignored him entirely, her gaze locked on the bodyguard. What exactly happened? The bodyguard quickly produced a tablet. Here's the security footage from the vault. She snatched it from him, irritation rolling off her in waves. The video showed a woman in black moving with practiced ease, pressing her fingerprint to the emergency exit lock and vanishing without a trace. Liu Jingxian hurled the tablet to the floor. It shattered into pieces. Those hired guns that showed up out of nowhere, any leads on who they are? She snarled. The bodyguard was already drenched in cold sweat. He answered carefully. We examined the bodies of the mercenaries left at the scene. They had no visible identifying information. Liu Jingxian's face went even colder. However, the bodyguard added quickly, we checked their weapons. All of them were the latest models, extremely expensive. In the entire empire, the number of people capable of fielding a squad with that level of firepower and top-tier mercenaries is very small. At those words, an image of Xiao Yuan's arrogant face flashed through Liu Jingxian's mind. And the woman who had kidnapped Xie Mingyu, even in that skin-tight suit and mask, the build, an RU-11 it had to be them. That ungrateful son of hers had finally made his move after lying low all these years. She picked up her phone and made a call. Mr. An, interested in another collaboration? And Group.an Ruoxi had just settled in at her workstation when Chen Yunqing leaned over. Ruoxi, Director Sun wants to see you in his office. She set down her bag. Okay. She walked to the director's office and knocked. Come in. Sun Xing's voice. She opened the door. He saw her and stood with a smile. Miss An, you're here. And Ruoxi smiled back. Director Sunday, you wanted to see me? He led her to the sofa and poured her a cup of tea without being asked. Yes, about that thing you asked me to look into. I've made some progress. She raised an eyebrow. That fast? Sun Xing pulled a file from his desk drawer and set it in front of her. Didn't have much going on over the weekend, so I came in and dug through some project records from the last few years, found a few problems. And Ruoxi glanced at him, then picked up the file and started paging through it. The further she read, the deeper her frown became. I can't believe Liang Sini embezzled this much from the company in just 4 years. Sun Xing's expression turned grave. Liang Sini was the director and Shangxing had parachuted into the projects department when he took over. He'd always known she stole other people's work and pulled strings behind the scenes, but he hadn't realized the dollar amounts were this high. She covered her tracks well, he said. If a lot of these projects hadn't originally been mine, I wouldn't have known she dared to create dual contracts totaling over 10 billion. And Ruoxi dropped the file onto the table with a heavy thud. Liang Sini doesn't have the guts for this on her own. Sun Xing nodded. I agree, the only reason she's this brazen is because someone has her back, and that someone is, he didn't say the name out loud, just exchanged a look with her. They both understood exactly who he meant. An Ruoxi studied him, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. Director Sun, you're the head of the projects department now. President entrusts you completely. Digging into this for me, there's nothing in it for you. It only hurts you. You're helping me because I helped you once. He could have easily given her some half-hearted excuse, and she wouldn't have complained. Hiring Sun Xing was only one of her backup plans. She just couldn't stand watching Shangxing and Liang Sini squeeze people dry, and Sun Xing was genuinely a great project manager. But he'd spent 2 days of overtime to hand her this evidence. He had to know it was a ticking time bomb for him. It could destroy his career at any moment. Sun Xing's face softened when he heard that. He paused, then said, "I'm doing this not just for you, miss, and I'm doing it for the former president." And Ruoxi froze. "My father?" Sun Xing nodded. "I'm good at my job, but I'm honest and rigid. I bury my head in the work. I never suck up to the higher-ups. Sometimes I even talk back to them for the sake of a project. Because of that personality, even though my performance was great, I never got promoted. Others who joined at the same time became team leaders and deputy directors. I was still just a sales rep, and my projects were always taken away by the director and handed to someone else. I couldn't support my family on that meager base salary. My wife and I fought all the time." He took a breath. "There was a stretch where I really couldn't take it anymore. The pressure from work and life nearly broke me. That's when I met your father, President, and I never said a word to him, but he could see I had almost no will to live. He had someone look into my situation later. He came to the projects department in person. He apologized to me, said it was his mismanagement that allowed someone as talented as me to suffer such unfair treatment for so many years. He promoted me directly to deputy director and overhauled the entire department. Back then, the projects department was thriving like never before, but after this president took over, everything changed again." And Ruoxi listened quietly as Sun Xing talked about her father. Her eyes grew slightly red. He was gone, but someone still remembered him, still felt grateful. Sun Xing looked at her. "I heard some rumors about what happened to your father. I'll help you however I can. I just don't know if it'll be enough." And Ruoxi pushed down her sadness and smiled. "This is more than enough. This would be powerful evidence to force Shangxing out of an group." They talked a little longer about work. Then her phone rang. "Grandfather," she answered. "Grandpa." Old Master An's warm voice came through. "Sweetie, are you at the office?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Come to the conference room on the 68th floor right now." The 68th floor conference room. That was where the board meetings were held. "Okay." Conference room. An Shangxing was about to convene a board meeting when Old Master An suddenly walked in. An Shangxing shot to his feet. "Dad, why are you here?" The other directors immediately rose and greeted him respectfully. "Chairman." Old Master An swept his gaze across the room with authority. "Sit down. I have something to announce." And Shangxing gave up the main seat. His assistant quickly moved another chair beside him. An Shangxing looked at his father. "Dad, we were about to start the board meeting. If you have something to discuss, why didn't you talk to me first?" Old Master An tapped his cane impatiently. "Are you the chairman or am I? I don't even have the right to make my own decisions anymore." And Shangxing hurried to say, "That's not what I meant. So what brings you here today?" Old Master An leaned back in his chair. "Let's wait until everyone's here." And Shangxing frowned. "Who's coming?" As soon as he spoke, the conference room door opened and An Ruoxi walked in. An Shangxing's face darkened instantly. An Ruoxi swept her eyes across the room and stopped at the main seat. "Grandfather." "Chairman." Old master and smiled warmly and waved her over. Sweetie, come to grandpa. She walked over obediently old master and took her hand and addressed the room. From today onward, I am transferring 10% of my shares to my granddaughter, and Ruoxi she will also serve as the general manager of our commercial bank. What? And Shangxing shot to his feet again. Dad, how can you make such an important decision without consulting me first? Old master and stared at him, face stern. If I had consulted you, would you have agreed? And Shangxing's face turned ashen. Of course not. Old master and said, I've already drafted the share transfer agreement and had it notarized. I don't need your approval for that. As for an Ruoxi becoming the GM of the commercial bank, let's put it to a vote. He waved to his assistant, who quickly distributed a stack of documents to the board members. Old master and was in his 70s, but his voice still carried command. The commercial bank is the core of an group. It's what gives us an edge over other conglomerates in investment, financing, and infrastructure projects. But look at the bank's performance over the past few years. It's been declining year after year. This month, revenue dropped by 100%. As for the reason, I don't think I need to spell it out. Every eye turned to An Shangxing, his face flushed an ugly shade of red. The massive losses from the resort project had forced him to siphon money from the commercial bank to cover the deficit, tanking its performance. Seeing this, old master and continued, my granddaughter An Ruoxi is young, but she's already secured a very promising project in the projects department. The details are in your hands. This game company is small, but I've had experts evaluate it. Based on the current buzz, our investment returns could at least quintuple. I ask you all to give the young people a chance. And I promise you this, if my granddaughter can't double the commercial bank's revenue within 6 months, she will step down. Immediately. I will personally make up any shortfall from my own pocket. Old Master An's words stirred a wave of whispers through the shareholders. His stance was unmistakable, he was backing his granddaughter. Most of the shareholders had fought beside him to build the company. And lately, An Shangxing's choices had left a sour taste in their mouths. A lot of them were already on the fence. Old Master An swept his sharp gaze across the room. Let's vote. The ballot was anonymous. The results came in fast. 1 vote against. Every other hand raised in favor. That single no could only belong to An Shangxing. The rest of the shareholders weren't stupid. If she could double the commercial bank's profit in 6 months, their dividends would double right along with it. And if An Ruoxi had real skills, she could deliver even bigger returns later. If she didn't, they could always replace her. Satisfied, Old Master An rose to his feet. Finish your meeting. I'll take my leave. He turned to An Ruoxi with a warm smile. Come with your grandfather. I have something to tell you. Out in the hallway, he led her into the reception room next door. An Ruoxi's heart was twisted in knots. She had come back for revenge. She never meant to pull her grandfather into the crossfire. But his decision today had just launched her plan into overdrive. He had already lost one son. If he found out she was about to cost him another, would it destroy him? Old Master An noticed her silence and let out a soft chuckle. What's wrong? Overwhelmed? An Ruoxi's eyes reddened. Grandfather, this is the surprise you mentioned yesterday? The night before, when she'd gone to bed, he had told her he had a surprise in store. Now she understood exactly what he meant. He took her hand with gentle affection. I had my own selfish reasons. The in-group is a skyscraper. Whoever sits at the top doesn't just take a seat, they carry the weight of the whole structure. If that building tilts, or even cracks, it will affect thousands of people, thousands of families. Do you understand what I'm saying? And Ruoxi nodded. My father used to say a company's greatest asset isn't the numbers on its balance sheet. It's the people who walk through the doors every day. Old Master N's face creased with pride. Your father was an excellent leader. Your uncle falls far short. After the resort disaster, I saw it clearly. A man as selfish as him doesn't deserve to be in charge, but I had no better alternative until I saw you. A spark of hope flickered back to life. And Ruoxi gripped his hand, her voice steady with resolve. Grandfather, don't worry. I won't let you down. He patted her hand. That's my girl. Inside the conference room, and Shangxing's face was a thunderhead. He didn't bother wrapping up the meeting. He stormed out. The moment he reached his office, his phone buzzed. He snatched it up. His son, and Xianyu. He answered with a snarl. Finance tells me you haven't shown up in days. Where the hell are you wasting time? On the other end, and Xianyu's voice came through in broken sobs. Dad, help me please. You have to help me. And Shangxing's blood went cold. He shot to his feet. What happened? Where are you? Before and Xianyu could answer, the phone was ripped away. A harsh male voice cut in. Mr. N, your son owes money at our casino. Bring cash if you want him back. The word casino made N Shangxing's temples pound with rage. You worthless brat, you went gambling again. Didn't you learn anything the first time? And Xianyu had studied abroad in college. His junior year, someone lured him into a casino in just a few days. He lost 100 million. He was a broke student back then. So the casino beat him within an inch of his life. And Shangxing had flown across the ocean to bail him out after that, and Xianyu swore he would never touch gambling again. Years later, here he was, breaking that promise in spectacular fashion. And Xianyu wept, his voice thick with regret. Dad, I messed up. I know I messed up. Please just bring the money. They're going to kill me. And Shangxing wanted to crush his phone in his bare hands. He ground his teeth. How much did you lose? And Xianyu stammered, too terrified to answer. The man from the casino barked, 50 billion. What? And Shangxing felt the floor drop out from under him. Say that again. The man sneered. You hard of hearing, Mr. N. Your son lost 50 billion at our establishment. And Shangxing's eyes blazed red, his knuckles cracked. If N Xianyu had been standing in front of him right then, he would have ripped him apart with his bare hands. He roared into the phone. You useless piece of garbage, just die out there. The man let out a dark laugh. Fine. If Emma.an doesn't want his son back, we'll start cutting pieces off tomorrow and selling them. We'll send you the footage. Hope you've got the stomach for it. A scuffle crackled through the line. Then a raw scream tore from N Xianyu's throat. Dad, help me. And Shangxing slammed the phone down, his fury boiling over. How had he raised such a useless son? The boy couldn't do his job, and he was always out causing trouble. Over the years, and Shangxing had lost count of the messes he'd cleaned up for him. This time, Maybe his son deserved to learn a lesson. Tian Xianyu was his son. No casino would actually dare lay a finger on him. Just then, his secretary stepped in. CEO and several senior executives need to discuss urgent matters with you. He pulled himself together and said evenly, "Send them in." Moments later, the executives filed into the office to go over project details. They talked until nearly noon, but a few points still weren't resolved. An Shangxing turned to the secretary. "Order working lunches. We'll keep at it." She nodded respectfully. "Yes, sir." She turned and walked toward the door. The moment she pulled it open, two people burst in, Zhao Qingji and Chuchu. Zhao Qingji's face was streaked with tears. "Husband, you have to save our son." The veins in Shangxing's forehead bulged. He snapped, "This is a company. What is this behavior, crying and wailing in here?" And Chuchu was frantic. "Dad, something happened to Big Brother." Panic had stripped Zhao Qingji of all composure. "Husband, they cut off our son's finger." Trembling, she pulled a blood-stained box from her bag. "What?" And Shangxing froze. The executives exchanged uneasy glances. Point one finally ventured, "CEO Yuan, perhaps we can resume this afternoon." And Shangxing stared at the bloody box. He couldn't bring himself to open it. His thoughts were a tangled mess. "Everyone, leave now." The executives hurried out. As the door shut behind them, one of them sighed. "What's going on these days? I heard Xianyu hasn't shown up for days. He's always worked in fits and starts. And they stuck him in finance, of all departments. Who knows what kind of mess he's stirred up now? Well, he is the crown prince. If you ask me, and Boqian was better, capable, polite, humble. Too bad he got sacrificed in the power struggle. Don't say that. If CEO and hears you, you'll be in for a world of trouble. So what? Worst case, I quit. Look at everything going on in this company. It's a disaster. I wonder how much longer an group can stay afloat. No one else spoke. They just filed away in heavy silence. Since she'd only been in the project department for a short time, and Ruoxi didn't have much to hand over, Sunxing was genuinely happy for her. "From now on, I'll be calling you CEO Yuan." And Ruoxi smiled. "Thank you for everything during my time here." Sunxing shook his head. "You're the one who helped me, but I have to warn you, commercial bank is the core of an group, and Shangxing has his own people planted there. The start won't be easy. Be careful." And Ruoxi nodded. "I appreciate the warning, Mr. Sunday. I'll keep it in mind." He looked at her face, so much like Shengnan's, and felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. A man as exceptional as Shengnan, his daughter would not disappoint. He held out his hand with a smile. "Little CEO Yuan, I wish you every success." Emotion swelled in her chest. She took his hand, her smile soft. "Thank you." That evening when she got home, Old Master An was waiting in the living room. The moment he saw her, his face lit up and he rose to his feet. "Ruoxi, you're home. I had the kitchen make all your favorites." She went to him and hugged him, deeply touched. "Grandpa, you're too good to me." He patted her back. "Come on, let's eat." They had a lively dinner, laughing and chatting through every course. When they'd nearly finished, old master, and slid a manila envelope across the table. Then Ruoxi set down her chopsticks and picked it up, curious. "Grandpa, what's this?" He smiled. "Open it and see." She pulled out a thick stack of documents and gasped. "This is, old master," inside. "Ruoxi, I know handing you the bank comes with a ton of pressure, and it won't be easy, but you have to grow quickly. This is my gift to help you in your new role. The path ahead, that's all on you now." And Ruoxi looked at the pile in her hands. Her grandfather must have worked so hard on this. She already had some information, but with this, she could seize control of the bank much faster. She tucked everything back inside, walked over to him, and wrapped her arms around his neck from behind. "Grandpa, thank you." After dinner, they took a walk together before heading to their rooms. The moment Ruoxi opened her door, she was caught from behind and pulled into a familiar embrace. Xiao Yuan nuzzled her neck, his voice low and rich. "Did you miss me?" She turned in his arms, cupped his face, and smiled. "It's only been a few hours." He tightened his arm around her waist, his gaze darkening. "But I missed you. When are you moving in with me?" A flicker crossed her eyes. She rose on her tiptoes and kissed him, murmuring against his lips, "Let's shower together." Something dangerous flared in Xiao Yuan's eyes. He kissed her back as he lifted her. "Okay." She wrapped her long legs around his waist, and he carried her, still kissing, as they stumbled into the bathroom. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan broke the kiss. He spun her around and pressed her firmly against the glass shower partition. Hot, hungry kisses trailed down her shoulder and back. Everywhere his lips touched, her skin felt like it was on fire. Soon, and Ruoxi went weak in his arms. She gasped softly. "Go easy." His breath came ragged, every exhale like flame. "Like this." A small cry escaped her, but she didn't answer. Her toes curled against the tile. An hour later, Xiao Yuan wrapped her in a towel and carried her to the bed. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes half closed. She lay there, effortlessly captivating. His breath hitched. Desire stirred again instantly. He leaned over her. "Baby," one more time." Without waiting for an answer, he kissed her again. The towel slipped to the floor, and Ruoxi felt the night spiral on and on. When they were finally spent, she lay limp in his arms. Xiao Yuan held her from behind, pressing lazy kisses to her pale shoulder, his eyes brimming with contentment and adoration. She murmured, "I heard Xianyu owes a fortune to the casino. Was that you?" He grunted in confirmation. The sooner he dealt with the An family, the sooner she could truly be with him. She had already set the trap. He had only given it a shove. Xianyu's mess would be more than enough for Shangxing to swallow. Ruoxi turned in his arms to face him. In the dim lamplight, his handsome face held a sinful edge. Once, she had wanted to keep her distance from him. She was sinking deeper and deeper. She leaned in and brushed her lips against his. "Thank you." Xiao Yuan's mood lifted in an instant. He smirked. "So, one more time as thanks." And Ruoxi thought about the past 2 hours, all the positions he'd put her through, and she shoved him with a frown. "Get lost." "Shut up." Hu Qindong's snap cut the female employee off mid-sentence. He turned to Ansholi, contempt plain on his face. "President An, she made a minor mistake, firing her over something this small. That seems a little unreasonable." don't you think? And Xioli didn't answer. She motioned to Xiao Yi, who pulled a document from his briefcase and handed it to Hu Qindong. Hu Qindong took the file, flipped through a few pages, and his expression went dark. Only then did Xioli speak, her voice unhurried. Manager Hu, I looked into this bank's online reputation over the past 4 years. Negative publicity has multiplied every year, and 80% of it comes down to poor staff attitude. She paused, letting the weight sink in. And you're telling me that's just a minor mistake? The female employee's face drained of color, tears brimming. She shook her head at Hu Qindong. Manager Hu, please don't, his face stormy. He tried to push back. I'll figure out how to fix the attitude problem, but blowing this up into a federal case today, that's unnecessary. And Xioli let out a cold laugh. Manager Hu, who's the general manager of this company now? He forced the words through gritted teeth. You are. She fixed him with a razor-sharp stare. Then as general manager, do I have the right to fire someone? Let me be clear. If she doesn't go, you go. You. Rage flared in Hu Qindong's eyes. I've worked at this bank for over a decade. What gives you the right to fire me? And Xioli looked utterly unbothered. A small smile even tugged at the corner of her lips. I'm the general manager. You want to bet on whether I can get rid of you? He stared at her young, fresh face. She was smiling, but somehow it sent a chill straight down his spine. He knew she was making an example of him, and even if the higher-ups weren't thrilled with her, she was still the general manager right now. Clenching his fists in frustration, he turned to the female employee. You're fired. No. The woman grasped at hope, her voice desperate. Manager Hu, shut up if you don't want to end up blacklisted everywhere. Hu Qindong cut her off, knowing she couldn't fight it. The woman fled in tears, watching it all unfold. Xiao Yi gave Xioli a silent thumbs up. She allowed herself a small smile, then turned back to Hu Qindong. Manager Hu, show me to my office. His expression dark, he muttered, fine. At the inn residence, Liang Xinyi sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. Wu Jingyi sat beside her, trying to soothe her, while old master and stood in the middle of the living room, phone pressed to his ear, shouting into it. If my son owes you money, I'll pay every cent as soon as I can, but if you lay a hand on him again, I'll end you. A mocking laugh crackled through the speaker. Old master An, you've got 2 days. If the money doesn't show up, your son's life is forfeit. The line went dead. Old master An hurled his phone onto the couch. Wu Jingyi shot to her feet, panic flickering across her face. Dad, what did they say? What do you think? They want the money. Her face twisted. Which casino thinks it's tough enough to mess with the An family? Don't give them a cent, just take a crew and shut the place down. Shut up. Old master and slapped her hard across the face. Idiot. The only legally operated casino in the capital belongs to the Xiao Group. You want to go after Xiao Yuan's turf? You trying to get your brother killed faster? Wu Jingyi cowered, hand pressed to her stinging cheek. Her father had never hit her before, but lately, she couldn't seem to stop getting slapped. Bitterness soaked her voice. That bitch Xioli is hooked up with Xiao Yuan now. There's no way she's not behind this. A flicker of murderous intent crossed old Master N's eyes. He'd almost forgotten that if Xiao had really latched onto Xiao Yuan, things were about to get a lot more complicated. He grabbed his phone and dialed Liu Jingxian. I'm agreeing to your proposal from before, but this might be more difficult than you think. Liu Jingxian's voice came through cool and measured. Because of Xiao Yuan? Old Master N blinked as though she already knew. What's your plan? Her reply was ice. Eliminate the problem for good. The conference room at the bank held 11 people around a long oval table. Xiao took the head seat. The others were filled by bank management. Flanking her were 2 vice managers, both in their 50s. The rest of the staff sat in their 40s. Xiao was barely 20. Xiao Yi beside her was 19. She began. I called today's meeting mostly so I could get to know everyone, put faces to names. Ridiculous. The vice manager on her left, Leng, cut in with a cold scowl. What were the higher-ups thinking, sending a green girl to be general manager? They want to run this bank into the ground. Seeing him take the lead, the others piled on. Seriously, profits have been sinking for 2 years. This move will bury us. We've been here for decades. Has she spent a single day in a bank? Does she know the first thing about banking operations? And she's our general manager now. We'll be a laughingstock in a week. They talked among themselves, treating Xiao like she wasn't even in the room. She didn't interrupt. She just listened quietly while they vented. Xiao Yi couldn't take it anymore. Hey, you old-timers, stop acting like a few grey hairs give you the right to talk down to US. Do you know anything about President N? All this yapping, and for what? These were senior bank executives, accustomed to deference even within the N group. Nobody had ever called them out for being old, much less by someone barely out of his teens. One man jabbed a finger at Xiao Yi. Who do you think you are, telling us what to do? When I started working, your mother was still playing in the mud. Xiao Yi fired back without missing a beat. Old age doesn't buy you manners. You don't respect the general manager, so why should I respect you? You. The man's face flushed crimson. When did I ever disrespect the general manager? Enough. And Xiao slammed her palm on the table, and the room went silent. Her cold gaze swept across every face. I know none of you approve of me as general manager, but I have an official appointment letter. If any of you are capable enough to get the group to revoke it, I'll walk out of here without another word. She paused, letting the weight of it settle. Alternatively, if anyone here can't stomach having me as your boss, you can resign right now and I'll approve it on the spot. The room went dead silent. Every face in that conference room was tight, but nobody dared open their mouth. Xiao let the silence hang for a beat. When no one spoke, she finally went on. I know exactly what you're all thinking, so let me be clear. If I catch any of you pulling something, I will not go easy. Don't underestimate me because I'm young. I've got more than a few tricks of my own, and nothing you try is going to slip past me. Meeting adjourned. She stood and walked straight out without a backward glance. The people left behind traded uneasy looks. Something cold settled in the pit of every stomach. They got up and filed out, One by one. Vice President Lung headed for his office. A handful of his closest allies followed him in, Hu Qindong included, all men handpicked by Old Master An, all answering to Lung. Hu Qindong dropped onto the couch and spoke first. Vice President Lung, that An Xiuli, young as she is, there's something about her that gives me actual chills. Lung settled into the armchair at the head of the table and crossed his legs, a sneer already in place. She's a little girl putting on a tough act. It was all for show. What's there to be scared of? Someone else cut in. So what's the move? Lung snorted. The move? We watch. The chairman told the board she'll double performance in 6 months. Please. Hu Qindong chuckled. Exactly. The second she fails, she's out. We'll sit back and watch her crash. Lung nodded. That's the idea. Another voice piped up, uneasy. But Old Master and told us to push her out fast. We can't just sit on our hands. Lung's eyes narrowed. Relax, that 100 billion credit line project with the state-owned enterprise, send her to handle it. If she can't close, she answers to the board. Hu Qindong frowned. From what I've heard, the Pei family is competing for that same deal. She's got 0 shot. A sly gleam sparked in Lung's eyes. We were never winning that bid anyway. We needed a scapegoat. Let her take the fall. Smiles broke out across the room. The flattery came fast. As expected of Vice President Lung. Brilliant. We're not even in the same league. Someday I hope to reach your level. After taking office, and surely locked herself in her office for 2 straight days to learn the bank inside and out. She'd always been quick to pick things up, but ever since the injection on Sangming Island, her memory and comprehension had sharpened to something almost terrifying. 2 days was all it took to master every aspect of operations. Her assistant, functioning as her aide, had nothing urgent to do, so he spent those 2 days camped on her couch playing games on his phone. When she finally surfaced, it was nearly quitting time. She stretched, rolling her neck. The assistant jumped up immediately to massage her shoulders. Boss, you've been grinding. What do you want for dinner? I'll set it up. And Xioli thought for a second. Isn't there a mountain road race up Fragrant Ridge tonight? His eyes lit up. Yeah, you gonna race, boss. I haven't seen you compete in forever. A small smile tugged at her lips. Spread the word. I'm in. The assistant practically launched out of his seat. Yes, I'm on it. The fans are gonna lose their minds when they hear Racing Godex is back. And Xioli stood. Come on. Let's go get hot pot. On the way to the restaurant, the assistant contacted the race organizers. The moment they heard Racing Godex was entering, they blasted the announcement everywhere. By the time they sat down to eat, the assistant was staring at his phone, eyes wide. Holy crap, boss. Your pull is insane. Over 10,000 comments in just a few minutes. He shoved the screen toward her. She glanced at the comment section. Nothing but exclamation points. Oh my God. Racing God is coming. He's my forever goat. This is too sudden. I'm heading there right now to grab a spot. No way. Why is this happening so fast? I'm out of town. What do I do? I wasn't even going to watch tonight, but if Racing God shows up, I'll crawl up Fragrant Ridge if I have to. Wait for me. And Xioli just smiled and said nothing. She ordered a mountain of food. Work had drained her dry. She needed to refuel. The service was quick. Their table was soon piled with plates. The assistant dropped some meat into the boiling broth for her. Boss, you're swamped right now. Why the sudden urge to race? And Xioli wolfed down a few slices of fatty beef. The meat was juicy, tender. For work. The assistant's brain visibly short-circuited. Work? What kind of work needs racing? She tapped his head lightly with her chopsticks. Who gave me that intel? Those old men handed me a hot potato. I'm going to make them eat their words. The assistant thought hard, then his eyes flew wide. Wait, there's gonna be someone important at the race tonight? And Xioli shoved a cube of beef fat into her mouth. Not completely brainless after all. Fragrant Ridge. Xie Mingyu climbed out of a sports car, his face a mess of bruises and swelling. 2 rich young masters spotted him and rushed over. Yo, Master Xie, you made it out. What happened to your face? Too embarrassed to admit he'd been beaten over gambling debts, Xie Mingyu just scowled. Sparring caught a few hits. The two sensed he didn't want to talk about it and let it drop. Instead, they said, even banged up, you still showed. Must be for Racing God X. At the sound of that name, Xie Mingyu's whole mood lifted. Obviously. I'm his biggest fan. I've watched every race. Too bad I've never seen his real face. I'm hoping tonight I finally meet my idol. The other two grinned. We're fans too. That drift and flip technique of his is unreal. I've watched every clip out there. Nobody comes close. It's God tier. Xie Mingyu sniffed. I've done more than watch clips. I dropped a fortune buying the first car he ever raced. The two exchanged stunned glances. You bought that car? I heard it went for tens of millions. Master Xie, you're on another level. Honestly, we're jealous. That's Racing God XS original battle machine. Everyone in the scene wants to study its mod structure. A smug look settled on Xie Mingyu's face. A few million. No big deal. The two piled on instantly. Master Xie is the real deal. We're just posers next to you. Exactly. Once Racing God X sees how dedicated you are, he's gonna be moved. Just then, someone shouted, Look, Racing God is here. Her words ignited a frenzy. The crowd lining the roadside, desperate for a glimpse of the car god, surged forward and Xianyu shoved his way to the front with the rest of them. Spectators packed the area so tightly that the organizer's car had to clear a path. Ruoxi and Xiao Yuan's car followed in the middle. Xiao Yuan stared out the window at the sea of people. Under the night sky and the glow of the lights, the scene was spectacular. His jaw dropped. Boss, this is crazier than a sold-out stadium show. And Ruoxi laughed. You're exaggerating. No way. It's bigger. The organizer's car stopped on the track. Ruoxi stepped out, thousands of eyes on her. The second she appeared, the crowd erupted. Holy crap, look at that silhouette. The car god's a woman. No way. She only raced once and never showed her face. So yeah. It could be a woman. Then why the mask? Is she ugly? Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. She's my idol, male or female. Nobody talks trash about her. Are you blind? Look at her body, she's clearly gorgeous. If you don't know what you're talking about, stay quiet. Wait, are we fans or simps now? Why's everyone obsessing over her looks? Does nobody want to see what she can do on the track? Yeah, when does the race start? I can't wait. Car God, I love you. Amid the chaos, and Ruoxi smiled and waved at the crowd, the organizer's representative grabbed her mic and launched into an electric opening speech. Thank you all for being here tonight. We are honored to have the legendary Car God X joining us. The crowd roared, the noise was deafening, the energy was unreal. Tonight's race will be live-streamed after the competition. On top of the huge prize, Car God X will remove her mask and reveal her real face at the very end. Stay tuned. Now, let the race begin. The moment the words dropped, engines thundered, and every racer pulled up to the starting line. Drivers climbed out and rushed over, desperate to shake the car god's hand. Xianyu's face burned with excitement that he stepped forward, almost shy. See car god, I'm your biggest fan. I even bought your first car. And Ruoxi looked at him. A flicker of ice crossed her eyes, then vanished. Right now, he looked like an innocent kid, but nobody would guess what he did behind closed doors: gambling, drinking, women, drugs. When he and his friends got bored, they'd head to universities to hunt for female students. If a girl said no, they drugged her. Ruoxi had already tracked down over a dozen victims. Shangxing was scum. His offspring were no different, and since he'd come to her tonight, she wasn't holding back. She smiled. Good luck. And Xianyu's whole face lit up. Thank you, car god, I'll give it everything I've got. She didn't spare him another look. She turned to the racer next to her. The man watched her with open admiration and respect. She recognized him from a photo. Zhongyu. His father oversaw the billion-dollar credit project the Yin family's commercial bank was handling. Ruoxi smiled at him. Good luck to you too. She held out her hand. Zhongyu's eyes went wide. He gave a small bow and took it. Teach, thank you, car god. A whistle blew. Every racer climbed back into their cars. A beautiful woman in heels walked to the front of the track, holding a red flag high. Another whistle. The flag dropped, engines screamed, cars shot forward like arrows, but Ruoxi's car stayed put, rumbling in place. What's happening with the car god? Why isn't she moving? Idiot, she's giving them a head start. Damn, that's the car god for you. In a race where every second counts, she's letting them go this long. There she goes, look at that acceleration. Go, car god. Car god, I love you. The roar of engines ripped through the night. The pack screamed down the track. Xianyu loved racing, and he was good soon. He was far ahead. He still couldn't see the car god's car anywhere. Pride swelled in his chest. Could he actually beat her tonight? If he did, he'd become the next car god. Then he'd win his idol over. With his family connections and his skills, she'd never say no. The thought made him giddy. He floored it. The other racers fought to keep up, then tires screeched from behind. A peacock blue sports car tore forward, overtaking one after another, swallowing a dozen cars in seconds. On the giant screen, the commentator's voice cracked with adrenaline. She's passed another, that's 10 cars in a row. And she gave them a full 30-second head start. Unbelievable, I've never seen driving like this. She's even better than her last race. Watch this, her signature move, the reverse entry drift, so smooth, so damn cold. Car god, ah, car god. The commentator stared at the drone feed, completely losing control. Ruoxi kept her eyes locked on the road ahead. She spotted in Xianyu's car. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her face. She slammed the accelerator in a heartbeat. She blew past two more cars and pulled up beside him. Xianyu saw the car god next to him and his breath caught. She'd caught up. His idol was a monster. Ruoxi glanced through the window at his car, then she eased off the gas. Just slightly, another car shot past her. She spotted a large rock at the roadside. She angled the wheel and ran over it. With perfect control, the rock launched into the air, straight into the windshield of the car that had just overtaken her. The driver panicked. He wrenched the wheel and slammed straight into Xianyu's Seat. Xianyu was flying. The impact flipped his car instantly. It rolled across the track, tumbling over and over again. The crowd watching the big screen gasped. Oh God, he crashed. At that speed, that many flips, he's done. If he's not dead, he's wrecked for life. Poor guy. Poor. He signed up for this. It happens, bad luck. That's racing. There was never any doubt. Racing God took first place. Xie Mingyu came in second. Xu Zihong had given him that 30-second head start on purpose. She wanted to push him from behind, keep him sharp. Xie Mingyu was a good driver, better than most, but he wasn't on Pan Jichu's level. With Jichu out of the race after his crash, having Zihong on his tail kept Mingyu razor-focused. He drove cleaner. More precise. So when he stood on the podium next to his idol, Racing God, he couldn't stop grinning. After the trophies were handed out, the host grabbed the mic, practically vibrating with excitement. Now for the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's welcome Racing God to remove the blindfold. The crowd erupted. Xu Zihong didn't hesitate. She pulled off the black blindfold that had covered her eyes. For one heartbeat, the audience went dead silent, then an even louder roar crashed over them. Oh my God, Racing God is an absolute goddess. I can't breathe. How is this face even real? Her beauty is a nuclear bomb. .1 Look and I'm wrecked. Perfect model face. Even my dream girl doesn't look this good. Does anyone else think she looks familiar? Isn't she the Yunji designer who tore through the fashion world? My girlfriend is obsessed with Yunji. I've seen the photos, that's definitely her. Is she some kind of goddess? A fashion master and a racing god? How is that even possible? Unbelievable. Beside her, Xie Mingyu stared, completely dazed. She shot him a sideways glance. His face instantly flushed scarlet. After the race, the organizers took the winners out for dinner. Xie Mingyu sat beside Xu Zihong, shy and awkward. He didn't work up the courage to speak until the meal was over and everyone was heading out. Racing God. See, can I get your number? A flicker of mischief lit Xu Zihong's eyes. Of course. Xie Mingyu fumbled with his phone. His hands shook so badly he had to scan her QR code 3 times before it went through. On the drive back, Xiaozhu was thrilled. Boss, did you get his contact info? Xu Zihong was scrolling through Xie Mingyu's WeChat moments. Obviously. When are you going to have him talk to his dad about the partnership? She put her phone away. Not yet. If Xie Mingyu approached his father now, there was a good chance the old man would say no. This deal meant too much. She couldn't afford a single misstep. Xiaozhu frowned. Then when? A smile tugged at the corner of Xu Zihong's mouth. When his sister and Pei Tianming get engaged. At the hospital emergency room, a staff member from the organizing committee sat on the bench outside the operating room. The father, the mother, and the sister rushed in. The staff member scrambled to his feet the second he saw them. Mr. Pan. Mrs. Pan. Miss Pan. The father's face was a thundercloud. What happened to my son? The man flinched at that murderous glare. He's still in surgery. Surgery? The mother's legs gave out. She nearly crumpled to the floor. The sister grabbed her. Mom! The mother burst into sobs. How could he flip the car? He was fine. The staff member stammered. Racing cars move at extremely high speeds. There's always an element of danger. Flipping. It happens. The father held on to his composure. Stop crying, he's still in there. That car of his wasn't cheap, he'll pull through. The mother wiped at her tears frantically. Right. Jichu's rolled a car before and walked away. This will be another close call. The words had barely left her mouth when the operating room doors swung open. A doctor in surgical gear stepped out. The father and mother rushed over. Doctor, how is our son? Nothing serious, right? The doctor's voice was grim. Are you the family? The mother nodded frantically. We're his parents. Your son's legs are severely damaged. To save his life, we have to amputate. You need to decide now. Amputate. This time even the father couldn't stay upright. He stumbled backward, nearly collapsing. Back at the Xiao family estate, Xu Zihong changed out of her racing suit before she went inside. Old Master Xiao was waiting on the sofa. He dozed off, his head bobbing gently. Guilt crashed over Xu Zihong. She just injured Pan Jichu, her grandfather's grandson. Grandpa would be heartbroken if he knew, but she didn't regret it. A monster like Pan Jichu deserved his punishment. She walked over and called softly, Grandpa. After the second call, Old Master Xiao slowly opened his eyes. A warm smile spread across his face when he saw her. My good girl is home. Xu Zihong smiled and nodded. Grandpa, why aren't you in bed? He patted the cushion beside him. I was a little worried, you coming home so late. Warmth flooded her chest. Her parents were gone, but at least she still had her grandpa. Grandpa, I'm grown. I can take care of myself. Don't worry. He reached out and stroked her hair, his touch full of affection. In my eyes, you'll always be my little girl. She laughed and hugged him. You're the best grandpa, let me help you to bed. After she'd tucked him in, she headed to her own room. When she opened the door, Xie Yoli was sitting on the edge of her bed, wearing nothing but a bathrobe. Xu Zihong grinned. Already showered and waiting for me? Xie Yoli's gaze darkened. Without a word, he pulled her into his arms. His lips brushed her ear, his voice low. Racing God. 1111 baby. How many more secrets are you keeping from me? Xu Zihong looped her arms around his neck. Guess. A sly smile curved his lips. I'm guessing the next surprise is tonight. I've learned a few new positions. Want to test them out? She shot him a look. Was there anything in his head besides sex? She pushed at his chest. Put me down. I need a shower. But his arm locked around her waist. He dipped his head, capturing her lips in a slow, teasing kiss. Let's try one first. I'll carry you in after. Xu Zihong turned her face away, but his mouth found her throat, trailing kisses down the pale column of her neck. She gasped. No, I'm all sweaty. His kisses didn't stop. His broad hand slid under the hem of her shirt, his voice a dangerous rasp. Baby's sweat smells good. Xu Zihong fumed. What a freak. But then she realized she was wrong. He wasn't a freak. He was a siren. A soul-stealing siren. The hospital room echoed with the crash of objects hitting the floor. Why did you cut off my leg? Who told you to amputate it? My leg, my leg. And Xianyu screamed, hurling everything within reach. Zhao Qingji wept, tears streaming down her face. Xianyu, calm down. The doctor said you need to rest. You can't get this worked up. Pale and gaunt, and Xianyu stared at his mother through tear-filled eyes. Mom, this isn't real, right? Tell me it's not real. And Chu-Chu watched her brother, fury blazing in her gaze. It has to be in Ruoxi. That bitch did this to him. And Xianyu's eyes went red. What do you mean by that? You don't know yet. And Chu-Chu's voice was bitter. That so-called god of racing, X, is in Ruoxi. It's all over the internet. She's famous now, and you're lying here with no legs. What? And Xianyu's eyes went wide with disbelief. He shook his head frantically. No way. En Ruoxi can't be my idol. She's not. You're lying to me, aren't you? Tell me you're lying. That bitch can't be the god of racing. Impossible. His emotions spiraled even further out of control. He shoved Zhao Qingji, who was trying to comfort him, and she hit the floor. Tian Shangxing stood there, his expression dark, and ordered the bodyguards outside. Hold him down. Get the doctor. The guards pinned in Xianyu while the doctor administered a sedative. He finally quieted. Zhao Qingji sobbed uncontrollably, staring at her son. My boy, how did it come to this? And Shangxing was irritated by the noise. All you do is cry. What else are you good for? Zhao Qingji grabbed his arm through her tears. Your daughter and Ruoxi did this to your son. Are you just going to let it slide? And Shangxing's face hardened. Murder flickered in his eyes. And Ruoxi. He pulled out his phone and dialed Liu Jingxian. When are you making your move? Liu Jingxian's voice came back calm. Almost ready. The timing is set for the day of the engagement between the An and Pei families. And Shangxing's eyes narrowed. You're planning to cause trouble at the engagement banquet? Of course not, Liu Jingxian replied. After the banquet. The day of the Anpei engagement arrived fast. En Ruoxi dressed with extra care. When she came downstairs, old Master An's eyes lit up. Our little darling looks beautiful today. And Ruoxi took his arm, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. It's a happy day, after all. Old Master An had worried she might be upset, but she seemed completely over it. He patted her hand approvingly. In a few days, I'll gather the most eligible young men in the capital for you to choose from. And Ruoxi's lips curved. Thank you, Grandpa. In the car, she pulled out her phone and texted Xiao Liu ready. The reply came instantly. Everything's set. A cold smile touched her lips. Can't wait, Xiao Liu. Don't worry, boss. Tonight's going to be one hell of a show. The banquet was held at the capital's most luxurious 7-star hotel, opulent, dazzling, with golden light and crystal chandeliers glittering everywhere. TS family members, Old Master N and Ruoxi were escorted to a private lounge. Shangxing and Zhao Qingji were already there. Their expressions shifted the moment they saw the newcomers. Old Master N asked Shangxing, "How is Xuanyu's leg healing?" The instant the question landed, Zhao Qingji's tears started flowing again. Shangxing's voice was flat. "It is what it is." Old Master N sighed. "With everything that's happened, you two should spend more time with him." Zhao Qingji shot a tearful glare at Ruoxi. "That bitch Ruoxi is the reason my son is like this." "Shut up." And Shangxing cut her off. "Do you want to ruin your daughter's engagement too?" For her daughter's sake, Zhao Qingji swallowed her rage. Old Master N's tone turned stern. "We're all sad about Xuanyu's injury, but that has nothing to do with Ruoxi." And Ruoxi gave Shangxing and Zhao Qingji a cold look. "Grandpa, it's fine. Mom and Dad are just blinded by grief. You stay here. I'm going to look around." She left the lounge and walked into the main hall. The golden goblets, the gourmet dishes, the palace-like decor, someone had put serious thought into this. Chuchu must have been so excited about this engagement. Too bad her dream was about to shatter. "And Ruoxi, you actually showed up." A sweet but venomous voice came from behind. Pei Jinyu, Pei Tianqi's younger sister, walked over with her 3 hangers-on, the same crew from the fashion design competition. Ruoxi's eyes held a mocking edge. "What, didn't get enough last time? You?" Pei Jinyue's face flushed with humiliation. "This is Pei family territory, try laying a hand on me." And Ruoxi just looked at her, saying nothing. She had a show to watch tonight and didn't want to start a fight. Seeing her silence, Pei Jinyu took it as fear. A smug grin spread across her face. "You used to be so obsessed with my second brother. Now that he's marrying someone else, it must sting like hell, right? Too bad, you're just a stray dog now, not fit to tie his shoes." And Ruoxi laughed, covering her mouth. "Then I should thank your family for sparing me. Honestly, after what Pei Tianqi and Chuchu did at someone else's birthday banquet, that was disgusting. I'm kind of relieved I dodged that bullet." Pei Jinyue's face went red with fury. Sure, the Pei and An families had been discussing an alliance, but the way it actually went down had embarrassed everyone, and Ruoxi dared to say it out loud. "Keep talking and I'll rip your mouth open." Pei Jinyu snapped. Ruoxi rolled her eyes. "Miss Pei, you came over to me, remember? If you want to humiliate yourself, that's on you. But before you throw a punch, think about it. There are so many guests here today ruining your brother's engagement. Think your family would forgive you?" Pei Jinyue's clenched fists loosened, wariness flickered in her eyes. She shot Ruoxi a vicious glare. "I'll settle the score with you another time. Just wait. Let's go." She stormed off with her lackeys and Ruoxi watched them go, disdain curling her lips. Amateurs. Barely worth my time. A server passed by with a tray of drinks. She stopped him and took a glass of champagne. Up on the stage, the MC stepped up to the microphone and Ruoxi swirled the glass in her hand, a smile playing at the corner of her mouth. The show begins. And Chu and Pei Tianqi walked onto the stage. Hand in hand, the MC beamed and launched into his opening speech. Below the stage, guests raised their glasses, their eyes locked on the picture-perfect couple. What a gorgeous pair! I figured the Pei and families would never actually go through with it. Rumors floated around forever, but nothing ever happened. Guess it's finally real. After all that mess, they couldn't afford not to get engaged. People would have ripped them apart. The Yuan family isn't what it used to be, attaching themselves to the Peis. That's their ticket back from the dead. The murmurs rolled through the crowd like a low tide. Up on stage, and Chu was glowing. She scanned the faces below. She knew nearly everyone, the capital's elite, the movers and shakers. Some of these people used to make her own father grovel. Now they stood here, waiting on her pleasure. She had never tasted a high this sweet. From tonight on, she had the Pei family at her back. In this city, she could do anything. The thought, she turned toward Pei Tianqi, her eyes dripping with adoration. He wasn't smiling. He'd had doubts about this engagement from the start. And the way it came together, humiliating. Then his gaze snagged on someone in the crowd. Ruoxi. She stood beneath the glittering lights, her expression cool and distant, all grace, all composure. Unforgettable. A fresh wave of bitterness surged through him. Chu followed his stare and spotted an Ruoxi instantly. Even in a sea of glamorous gowns, that woman radiated something untouchable. Chu clenched her jaw so hard her molars ached. Ruoxi, after tonight, you'll be dead and buried. Go ahead and flirt with men in hell, she snapped back as the MC wrapped up his speech. Now, let's invite the bride and groom to sign the marriage certificate. Staff immediately carried in an antique long table. Another team unrolled a scroll-shaped marriage certificate and smoothed it flat. Chu and Pei Tianqi stepped forward, fingers intertwined, smiles in place. They each lifted a brush pen from the stand. Just as the brushes touched the paper, the grand doors at the back of the banquet hall slammed open. Every head in the room turned. Chu's face went white when she saw who walked in. A middle-aged couple, hair graying, moved forward clutching a black and white portrait of a young woman. 4. Massive bodyguards flanked them like a brick wall. The guests settled in for a show. Yikes, bringing that to an engagement party, that's a curse. Never seen those two before, definitely not old money. The girl in the picture looks so young, what happened to her? This is about to get good. Pei family event staff scrambled. Get them out now. But before their security could get close, the couple's bodyguards took them down hard and fast. The woman holding the portrait wailed at the top of her lungs. And Chu, a life for a life. Gasps tore through the crowd, every drop of color drained from Chu's face. She knew exactly what this was about. Pei Tianqi's expression went dark. He grabbed her arm and hissed, "What the hell is this?" And Chu shook violently, tears streaming. Tianqi, Don't listen to her, she's here to ruin us, get rid of them. More security rushed in, from the Pei family, from the An family, but the couple's bodyguards were on a completely different level, and no matter how many men charged at them, nobody broke through. The woman clutching the portrait never stopped. 5 years ago, while studying abroad, An Chu seduced my daughter's boyfriend. He came to his senses and went back to my daughter. An Chu couldn't stand it, so she got behind the wheel and ran my daughter down. Dear God, let justice be done, make this murderer pay for what she did. She dropped to her knees in front of the whole room. The instant her knees hit the floor, the giant screen at the front of the banquet hall flickered and changed. A video began to play. A sports car tore down a street and slammed into a young woman with long hair and a white dress. The girl's body flew through the air. The driver scrambled out of the car, panicked. The victim wasn't dead yet. She reached out one hand and grabbed the driver's ankle. The driver, her face clearly visible, screamed and kicked her off hard, again and again. Only when the girl stopped moving did the driver climb back into the car and speed away. The room erupted and no one had a doubt who that driver was. An Chu. Holy shit. She actually ran her down on purpose, then kicked her to death. That look on her face. That's terrifying. How is Pei Tianqi supposed to sleep next to someone like that? That's premeditated murder, death penalty. Miss An is finished. An Chu heard the whispers and whipped her head toward the screen. The second she saw the video, she lost it. No, that's not me, turn it off, turn it off. And Shangxing was in full panic. He shouted at his men, "Are you all useless? Kill the screen." And Ruoxi watched the chaos unfold, her eyes like I see. An Chu, did you think that was the end of it? It's not over yet. The screen shifted. This time, the footage was crystal clear. Pei Tianqi lay unconscious on a pristine white bed. An Chu burst into the room. She leaned over him, shaking him. "Tianqi, what's wrong? Don't scare me like this." She called his name a few more times, her voice cracking with panic. Then she stopped slowly. She traced his cheek with her fingers, almost lovingly. "Tianqi, is this fate? If it is, let's be together forever." She started unbuttoning her dress. The screen went black. Woda, so it wasn't a drugging. He was set up the whole time. That woman is insane. Murder. And now this shameless scheme. The An and Pei families are never coming back from tonight. Why'd the screen cut off? I wanted to see the good part. Pei Tianqi's face twisted with pure rage. He lunged at An Chu and wrapped both hands around her throat. "You bitch, you set me up." An Chu couldn't breathe. Her face reddened, her eyes bulged. She shook her head helplessly, tears spilling. "Tianqi, I just love you too much." The engagement party turned into a complete joke. Everyone was eating up the drama when the banquet hall doors swung open again. A few police officers walked in. The one in front flashed his badge. "Which one of you is An Chu? An Chu is suspected of involvement in a murder. You need to come with us." Pei Tianqi threw her off like garbage. An Chu hit the floor, coughing violently, tears blurring her vision. She looked up at An Shangxing and screamed, "Dad, save me." And Shangxing's face went black as a pot bottom. He clenched his fists but said nothing. He'd buried that case years ago. Now it was out in the open. Everything was ruined. His eyes snapped to an Ruoxi in the crowd. She did this. An Ruoxi stood there, her face cold as frost when she felt his glare. She met it without flinching. Hurts, doesn't it? And Shangxing. This was only the beginning. She was going to make his whole family feel the pain her parents and brother had suffered. Their eyes locked across the room. The air crackled with invisible fire. En Shangxing ground his molars. He swore he'd kill her right then. The guests filtered out. Old master and wasn't feeling well after hearing about an Chuchu, so an Ruoxi had someone take him home. Xiao Liu found her in a hidden corner of the hall. Boss, when do we move to the next step? An Ruoxi's gaze was fixed on the lounge. The Pei and families had gone in earlier and still hadn't come out. She asked casually, Xiao Liu, what do you think they're discussing in there? He snorted. What else? If I were the Pei family and got played like that, I wouldn't just call off the engagement, I'd start a war with An Shangxing. An Ruoxi's lips curved. And how will An Shangxing react? Easy. He'll be humiliated, then accuse the Pei family of burning the bridge. Right on cue, An Shangxing stormed out of the lounge, face dark. Zhao Qingji followed, red-eyed and sniffling. It looked like they'd had a falling out with the Pei's. An Ruoxi's phone buzzed with a text from Zhongyu. Racing goddess, when are you free? Let me treat you to dinner. She smiled at the screen. Turning to Xiao Liu, she said, leak all the Pei family dirt we collected in a couple of days. Make it look like An Shangxing's revenge. Xiao Liu grinned. Got it. On it. He jingled his car keys and disappeared. An Ruoxi replied to Zhongyu. Short. I'll set the time. In the hotel parking lot. Xiao Yuan sat in the back seat, legs crossed, looking relaxed. He checked his watch. An Ruoxi should be down by now. Where was she? He sent her a text. Coming down? She replied instantly. On my way. Getting in the elevator. He was about to reply when another call came in. He glanced at the caller ID and frowned. Liu Jingxian. He almost ignored it, but then a text popped up, answer or the old man dies. Xiao Yuan's eyes went cold. He called her back. What do you want? Liu Jingxian didn't answer. Instead, she said, listen to this. A scream rang out. Ah, grandfather. Xiao Yuan's face turned savage. Where is he? Liu Jingxian laughed smugly. If you want the old man alive, do what I say. Xiao Yuan's knuckles cracked as his fist tightened. If even a hair on his head is missing, I'll end you. She ignored the threat. Get to the place I tell you in half an hour. Or start planning the funeral. And remember, come alone. An Ruoxi took the elevator down to the parking lot. She went to where Xiao Yuan said he'd be, but his car wasn't there. Something felt wrong. She called him straight to voicemail. His phone was off. She called Xiao Liu, but before he could pick up, a new text flashed on her screen. Her eyes locked onto the message. She cut the call and stared. Xiao Liu called back immediately. Boss. She answered, her voice tight. Need you to do something for me. She hung up and read the text again. If you want to save Xiao Yuan, come to the place I tell you. Alone. An abandoned temple on a desolate mountain outside the city. Xiao Yuan arrived. Dusty and tense. 4 mercenaries carrying submachine guns stood guard at the entrance. 1 went inside to report. then came back and patted Xiao Yuan down before letting him through. Liu Jingxian sat beneath a toppled statue, calmly sipping tea. The temple was covered in cobwebs and weeds, but her little corner was spotless. 10 armed mercenaries flanked her. The space was cramped. Old Master Xiao sat nearby, his mouth taped shut, hands tied behind his back. When he saw Xiao Yuan, he shook his head frantically. Xiao Yuan's blood boiled at the sight of the proud old man reduced to this state, but he forced himself to stay calm, fists tight. Liu Jingxian looked up, her face twisted with malice. Didn't think someone as heartless as you could actually care about anyone. Xiao Yuan glared. I learned from the best. You killed your own husband and son. Her eyes flickered with fury. That was the shame of her life. She wanted to erase the past, start fresh, but Xiao Yuan was a ghost she couldn't shake. Not this time. She took a breath. Those mercenaries outside the Xie vault last time, they were yours, weren't they? Xiao Yuan ignored her and gestured at his grandfather. I'm here, let him go. Liu Jingxian smiled. What's the rush? I know you sent them. You turned your own mother in for outsiders. I gave you life. Mother. Xiao Yuan laughed bitterly. You don't deserve that title. And you stabbed me in the chest last time. I returned the life you gave me. He was losing patience. Let him go now. Then he noticed something off. You're stalling. What are you really up to? Liu Jingxian's eyes gleamed with approval. Good instincts, my son. You'll find out soon. He was about to speak again when a clear female voice rang out from behind him. She's waiting for me. Xiao Yuan spun around, shocked. It was an Ruoxi. What are you doing here? She flashed him a bright smile. Saving you, obviously. Liu Jingxian covered her mouth, a mocking laugh escaping. Xiao Yuan, you really are lucky. I was worried she wouldn't show. Turns out, someone in this world actually cares about you after all. Perfect, now you two can go to hell together. At least you'll have company. And Ruoxi stepped up beside Xiao Yuan. She looked at Liu Jingxian, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Who says we're the ones going to hell? Maybe it'll be you, Director Liu. Liu Jingxian's face twisted at her fearless tone. Still running your mouth when you're at death's door, she hissed. Get them. She barked the order, and the mercenaries outside burst in, guns raised. Every mercenary already inside the temple lifted their weapons. Old Master Xiao let out a muffled cry, desperately shaking his head, telling them to run. Xiao Yuan glanced at him and laughed. Old man, I'm risking my life for you today. You're not allowed to yell at me anymore. The old man's eyes went red as he kept shaking his head. Xiao Yuan looked away. He turned cold eyes on Liu Jingxian. My father hurt you back then. I get it, but the old man treated you well. Let him go, take it out on me. Liu Jingxian glanced at old Master Xiao, her gaze ice. No one leaves this temple alive. Ready. At her command, every mercenary chambered around. The tension snapped tight. A gunfight was seconds away. Ruoxi and Xiao Yuan exchanged a fast look. Liu Jingxian watched them like lambs to the slaughter, smug satisfaction flooding through her. After today, her humiliating past would be buried forever. She could finally take her place as the true power behind the Xie group. For a moment, she let a flicker of maternal pity cross her face. Xiao Yuan, don't blame me, blame your bad luck. Fee. The word barely left her mouth when a figure blurred past. Ah! She shrieked, but before she could react, and Ruoxi had her by the throat. At the same instant, Xiao Yuan lunged toward Old Master Xiao. A sweeping kick sent both guards crashing to the ground. He snatched one of their submachine guns in the same motion. It all happened in a heartbeat. Before anyone could process it, and Ruoxi and Xiao Yuan had seized control, Liu Jingxian screamed in fury. How are you that fast? And Ruoxi let out a soft laugh. Didn't anyone tell you? Villains talk too much. If your grandfather wasn't in your hands, your men wouldn't even be a snack for me. She tightened her grip on Liu Jingxian's throat. Tell them to drop their weapons. Liu Jingxian seethed. She'd spent a fortune in resources to capture Old Master Xiao. She'd picked this remote temple to make sure no one would ever know, and now these two had dismantled her plan in one move. She had underestimated them. I am not letting you get away with this, she spat. Ruoxi's eyes turned cold. Some people just won't learn until they see blood. In one smooth motion, she grabbed Liu Jingxian's arm and twisted crack. Ah! Liu Jingxian screamed as her arm dislocated. I said, tell them to drop their weapons, and Ruoxi repeated. White-faced with pain, Liu Jingxian looked toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, are you just going to let her torture me like this? His dark eyes hardened. If I could, I'd rather not have you as my mother at all. You animal. Liu Jingxian spat. Abandoning your own mother? Have you no conscience? That did it without hesitation, and Ruoxi grabbed Liu Jingxian's other arm and twisted viciously. Xiao Yuan is a good man. You're the evil one. A mother like you, twisted and poisonous, isn't fit to be called human. Sweat dripped down Liu Jingxian's forehead, her face contorted in agony. Finally, reality sank in. She turned to her men. Put down your weapons, all of you. The mercenaries obeyed. Ruoxi turned to Xiao Yuan. Take your grandfather and go. Xiao Yuan ripped the tape from Old Master Xiao's mouth. The old man's eyes were red. You too. I'm 1 foot in the grave, why risk your lives for me? Xiao Yuan worked at the ropes binding him. Old man, we need to get out of here first, save the lecture. Then footsteps, rapid and heavy, sounded from outside. Ruoxi frowned, her eyes fixed on the entrance. Moments later, another wave of mercenaries stormed in. Leading them was Li Feng. He took one look at the scene inside and blinked in confusion. He had been expecting a bloodbath. This? He walked up to Xiao Yuan. Sir, are you all right? Xiao Yuan handed Old Master Xiao over. Get someone to take my grandfather home first. Li Feng ordered the old man escorted out, then Ruoxi turned to settle the score with Liu Jingxian. You wanted to set a trap for Xiao Yuan, fine, but why call me here? Liu Jingxian's eyes flickered. She growled, it was you, wasn't it, at my birthday banquet, the one who broke into the Xie group. And Ruoxi's lips curved. Not as dumb as you look. Hearing her admit it was something else entirely, Liu Jingxian's face twisted. Bitch. One day, I will kill you. And Ruoxi wasn't fazed. You won't get the chance. Liu Jingxian's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? And Ruoxi's gaze chilled. You know exactly what you've done. I wasn't planning to move so fast, but since you came to me, a cold shiver ran down Liu Jingxian's spine. What are you going to do? She turned to Xiao Yuan, all arrogance gone, almost pleading. Xiao Yuan. I am your mother. You're going to let her humiliate me like this? He looked at her, his face blank, his eyes empty. My mother died 17 years ago. Liu Jingxian could see Xiao Yuan had no intention of stepping in, so she went straight for threats. Lay a finger on me, and Ruoxi, and the Xie family will make sure you regret it. And Ruoxi laughed, soft and pitying. You really think they'll still care? Liu Jingxian's chin lifted. I run the Xie consortium. People outside give me respect. You touch me, and my husband will go to war with the Xiao consortium. He'll burn it all down to avenge me. And Ruoxi's voice dropped. Right now, your husband wants you dead. A chill crawled up Liu Jingxian's spine. What did you do? And Ruoxi released her. Nothing special. I just brought a few things to light. She leaned in close, voice barely a murmur. You know the best way to make someone suffer? Liu Jingxian's eyes widened at the threat in that tone. Don't try to frighten me. I'm the head of the Xie consortium. Anyone who makes me miserable pays 100 times over. And Ruoxi smiled, slow and cruel. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Watching everything you bled for crumble in front of you, that's real suffering. She let go of Liu Jingxian's throat. Liu Jingxian doubled over, coughing so violently she nearly collapsed. An Ruoxi didn't look at her again. She turned to Xiao Yuan. Let's go. Xiao Yuan signaled Li Feng. The mercenaries had their weapons taken, and everyone was tied up together. They walked out side by side. What did you do? Xiao Yuan asked. An Ruoxi glanced at him. Had a top-tier hacker drop a few things online. Xiao Yuan grinned and slung an arm around her shoulders, pulling her tight against him. 1111. Baby, we are ridiculously in sync. We were made for each other. And Ruoxi lifted an eyebrow. What did you post? His grin stretched wider. Check the internet. Liu Jingxian watched them leave without a backwards glance, and her whole body shook with fury. She had left the Xiao family and married into the Xie family. Her second husband, the family head, adored her. Outsiders treated her with reverence. Not long ago she took control of the Xie consortium, and her power had never been greater. Today, 2 juniors had humiliated her. She would never swallow that. Her phone rang. Liu Jingxian snatched it up. It was her husband, Xie Huijin. His health had been poor for years, which was why she'd stepped into the consortium. Once she'd consolidated power, he'd handed over complete control and moved into a sanatorium. She steadied her voice, made it syrupy sweet. Honey. Xie Huijin's voice cut through like a blade. He roared. Liu Jingxian, what the hell have you done? Her heart lurched. What's wrong, honey? She asked, genuinely bewildered. On the other end, his breathing was ragged, his voice laced with disgrace and agony. Liu Jingxian, you just destroyed the Xie consortium. I should never have given you power. I've disgraced the Xie name. The more he spoke, the deeper her gut sank. I've worked myself to the bone for this conglomerate. How dare you say that to me? Xie Huijin let out a bitter laugh, still playing innocent. Go online and see what you've done. I'm calling an emergency meeting tomorrow to strip you of your position. You're on your own. He hung up. Panic clawed at Liu Jingxian. She pulled up the news on her phone. Her heart plummeted. Xie Consortium Human Laboratory, heinous crimes. Xie Consortium Pharmaceutical Subsidiary, fake drugs, multiple deaths. Liu Jingxian of Xie Consortium, power for money deals. Xie Consortium, crimes beyond belief. 8 of the top 10 trending stories were about the Xie Consortium photos evidence. Everywhere there was even a video of her accepting a bribe, her face crystal clear. She was seconds from losing her mind. She called her assistant immediately. Are you deaf? Get PR to take those topics down now. If they're still up in 30 minutes, everyone's fired. Her assistant flinched under her fury, fighting to keep his voice steady. President Liu, a hacker used God knows how many accounts to spread them. We can't get them taken down. The shareholders are furious. They're calling an emergency meeting to remove you. They need you back at the company right away. All the color drained from Liu Jingxian's face. The strength left her body, and she crumpled to the ground. Inside the car, Ruoxi and Xiao Yuan each held a phone, scrolling through the trending topics. Xiao Yuan's expression was a complicated mix of amusement and admiration. He glanced sideways at her. When did you start digging into Liu Jingxian? Ruoxi put her phone away. The day I found out she was your mother. The satisfaction rolling off him was impossible to miss. He reached over, pulled her onto his lap, and locked an arm around her waist. His lips curved, his voice dropped low and private. Was that for me? Ruoxi traced her finger along his jaw. I just couldn't stand how arrogant she was. He caught her finger between his lips. Liar. He bit down gently. She shot him a look and yanked her finger free. Did a dog teach you that? Xiao Yuan laughed, deeply pleased. Yeah. Ruoxi's dog. He cupped the back of her head and kissed her. There were other people in the CA. Ruoxi squirmed, embarrassed. Let go. Her thigh pressed against him, and his breath caught. He pulled back, dark eyes gone heavy. Don't move. She felt the hardness beneath her and her cheeks burned. She shoved him away and slid back into her own seat, turning to stare out the window. Xiao Yuan watched her sulk, utterly satisfied. He leaned in, shameless. Let's finish this at home. The in-residence sat under a suffocating blanket of silence. Old Master and slumped in his wheelchair, utterly defeated. An Shangxing paced the living room, restless as a caged animal. Zhao Qingji's eyes were red-rimmed and swollen. Honey, Choo-Choo got arrested. Do something, please. And Shangxing's patience snapped. Crying. That's all you ever fucking do. You've cried every last shred of luck out of this house. Choo-Choo's case is airtight. Half the city watched it happen. What do you expect me to do? Zhao Qingji's tears wouldn't stop. You think I want to cry? Xianyu's leg is shattered. Choo-Choo's in handcuffs. 1 disaster after another keeps crashing down on this family. And I'm not allowed to shed a few tears? You're the head of the in-group. If you can't even protect your own son and daughter, then what kind of president are you? That landed like a blade between his ribs. He was the head of the in-group. And that little bitch Ruoxi had humiliated him this badly. If word got out, He'd never hold his head up again. He thought back to his arrangement with Liu Jingxian. She was supposed to eliminate an RU11 in exchange. He'd hand her a project. The timing should be just about right. He pulled out his phone to call her, but the screen lit up with a breaking news headline. Liu Jingxian's name was right there. His stomach dropped. A cold wave of dread flooded through him. He tapped the article, his fingers shaking. A few seconds in, his eyes bulged, his hands went slack and the phone clattered to the floor. Zhao Qingji saw his face go pale. What did you see? You look like you just saw a ghost. And Shangxing didn't answer. Only one thought churned through his skull. Liu Jingxian was finished. Did that mean he was finished too? At the old master Xiao's estate, the old man was propped up in bed. Wei Xian had his stethoscope pressed to his chest, working through a thorough exam. Xiao Yi and Ruoxi stood quietly off to the side. After a long moment, Wei Xian straightened. Xiao Yi's face was dark with worry. How is he? Wei Xian offered a steady, reassuring smile. Just a fright, elevated heart rate, nothing serious. I'll prescribe something to settle his nerves. A couple days of rest and he'll be fine. The steward led Wei Xian out to get the medication. Xiao Yi shot his grandfather a lazy grin. You've seen plenty in your life. How did something like that spook you so badly? Old Master Xiao glared at him. Keep poking at me if you want me dead faster. Xiao Yi smoothed a wrinkle on the old man's blanket like a dutiful grandson. I'd say you're good for at least 100. But the old man didn't banter back. He turned to Ruoxi, eyes warm and smile gentle. Missin, come sit. A pang of guilt pricked at her. She hadn't held anything back in front of Liu Jingxian. That superhuman speed, she wondered if it had scared him. She walked over and sat at the edge of the bed. Old Master Xiao smiled. I never imagined a girl like you could have such a sharp tongue and such deadly skill. And Ruoxi gave an embarrassed smile. You're not afraid, Grandpa? He looked genuinely confused. My future granddaughter-in-law, is this remarkable? Why on earth would I be afraid? Xiao Yi and I aren't. Xiao Yi stepped closer without a shred of shame and settled his hand on her shoulder. He's already figured it out. Don't bother explaining. And Ruoxi shot him a subtle, needle-sharp glare. Watching them, the old man's eyes glistened. Xiao Yi had endured so much growing up. To see him find someone who understood him, stood beside him, truly cared about him, he could die without a single regret. He reached out a hand. Brat, help me up. Xiao Yi frowned. Just rest. What do you need to get up for? Cut the crap, help me. Xiao Yi relented. The old man rose and smiled at Ruoxi. Come with me, little girl. Okay. The three of them walked to the study. Old Master Xiao approached the safe and began punching in the code. Ruoxi glanced around. He's about to show me another one of Xiao Yi's keepsakes, isn't he? He swung the safe open. This time he pulled out an exquisite brocade box. He handed it to her. Open it. She looked over at Xiao Yi. He tilted his chin, silently urging her. She lifted the lid. Inside lay a jade bracelet, deep and smooth and impossibly green. Even without an appraisal, she knew it was worth at least 7 figures. It belonged to your grandmother, the old man said, his voice soft and heavy with memory. I've been saving it for her granddaughter-in-law. And Ruoxi snapped the box shut. It's too valuable. I can't accept this. Marry Xiao Yi, She hadn't even let the idea form. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. He grabbed the box from her hands, pulled out the bracelet, caught her wrist, and slid it on. The old man gave it to you. Wear it. Stop dragging your feet. And Ruoxi tried to pull back, but one look from him, a silent, burning threat, made her freeze. The moment the jade bracelet circled her wrist, his expression softened. Try running now, he thought. Old Master Xiao's whole face brightened. The next day, the internet was flooded with coverage of Liu Jingxian's arrest. The Xie Group's stock was in freefall. Then Ruoxi sat in a restaurant, eyes cool and steady as she stared at her phone. Miss An. A timid male voice sounded above her. She looked up. It was Zhongyu. He wore a tailored suit and carried a bouquet of roses. He looked a little more polished, a little more mature than when they'd first met. Ruoxi smiled. Please, have a seat. He sat across from her, a little shy. Sorry I'm late. Miss and I stopped to buy flowers. It's fine. I just got here, and please, call me in Ruoxi. Zhongyu's eyes flicked up to hers, a flush creeping across his cheeks. Miss N. He grabbed the menu fast. What would you like to eat, my treat? And Ruoxi took the menu casually and ordered 2 dishes. Zhongyu added 2 more. After the waiter left, a silence stretched between them. Ruoxi broke it. Judging by your age, you're still in college, right? Zhongyu nodded obediently. Yeah, just started my freshman year. That's nice, she said, a trace of envy in her voice. Not like me. I'm already working, exhausted every day. He looked surprised. You don't seem old enough to be working. What do you do? Banking. I'm the general manager of the commercial bank under the N Group. His eyes went wide again. That's incredible. She kept her tone light and casual. Speaking of which, I heard your father is the head of the energy department in the capital. Zhongyu nodded. Yeah. He's never home, always busy. He really is. Our bank has a project we'd like to work with him on. We've tried scheduling a meeting a few times, but we never got through. Zhongyu's face lit up. That's easy. I'll talk to him when I get home. I'll get him to meet with you. And Ruoxi masked her surge of excitement. Would that be okay? Of course. I'm just connecting you two. Nothing more than that. A warm blush stained his cheeks and I'd be happy to help you. She raised her teacup. Then I'll toast with tea instead of wine, thank you. If she locked down this project, she'd have a real shot at bringing the N Group to its knees. And Xioli's scandal sent N Group's stock into a freefall. With Liu Jingxian under arrest, every joint project with Xie Group was frozen. The company was drowning. The shareholders' meeting turned on Old Master and fast. President N, what's your plan to pull us out of this? We've already sunk capital into the Xie Group. If we don't find a fix, our cash flow is dead. This crisis is unprecedented. How exactly do you intend to solve it? Old Master and slammed his fist on the table. He'd been stretched thin for weeks. Business collapsing, family in chaos, every disaster hitting at once. Enough. His voice cracked. This is a temporary setback. Hold your confidence, and we will pull through. One shareholder wasn't buying it. We need actual solutions, President, and not a pep talk. At the far end of the conference table, and Shirley hadn't said a word, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips when that shareholder fired back. She couldn't hold it in. A soft, sharp laugh escaped. Old Masteran's face went black. He pointed at her. Your elders are talking, you dare laugh, insolent brat. And Shirley didn't miss a beat. President N. Just because you can't manage the company doesn't mean the rest of us have to suffer in silence. What did you say? He shoved his chair back and stood. I can fire you right here, right now. She didn't flinch. The war between them had gone white-hot. It was kill or be killed. Her lips curved. I'm about to sign a major deal with the energy department. You couldn't fire me even if you wanted to. The other shareholders perked up. I heard about that contract. If she lands it, the bank's profits could triple. That's unheard of. Like father, like daughter, the girl's got something. The bank's performance has been in the gutter for 2 years. You pull this off alone, and we'll push you straight up the ladder. They'd been fed up with old Masteran for a long time now. With this news, they didn't bother hiding their contempt. Old Masteran sneered. As far as I know, the Pei family's bank is competing for the same project. The energy department leadership favors them. You probably can't even get a meeting with the director. You think running your mouth will get you promoted? Don't be naive, kid. Several faces fell instantly. Girl, if you can't close the deal, just say so. Don't lie to our faces. We got excited over nothing. I knew a little thing like you couldn't pull something like that off. Old Master and made it clear that if the bank's profits don't double in 6 months, you're out. And Shirley absorbed the doubt without a flinch. Then her phone buzzed on the table. She glanced at the caller ID, and a slow smile spread. Talk about perfect timing. She wouldn't have to waste a single word convincing them. She held up the screen. Who says I can't close it? That's the energy department calling right now. She answered on speaker. A crisp, professional voice came through. Is this Miss N? And Shirley's gaze swept the room. Yes. I'm Minister Zhong's secretary. Are you available? The minister would like you to come to his office to discuss the partnership. She smiled. Of course. I'll be right over. She ended the call and met Old Master and's glare head on. President and Do you believe I can close this deal now? His face was a thundercloud. The bank's people had sworn the energy department wouldn't even give them an appointment. How in the hell had she gotten the minister's secretary to call her directly? His voice came out cold. Talk to me when it's signed. And Shirley said, then you just wait and see. The last word had barely left her mouth when a commotion erupted outside the conference room. Where's Old Masteran? Get Old Masteran out here. And Shirley recognized the voice. She glanced at the man in the head seat. A slow smile crept across her face. Another gift for you, President and Old Master, and slammed to his feet. What is that racket? This is a closed meeting. Find out who it is and fire them. His assistant rushed to the door. The second he cracked it open, 7 burly men shoved their way inside. The assistant stumbled backward. Who the hell are you people? I'm calling security. The leader scanned the room, then locked his eyes on Old Masteran. You're Old Masteran, right? Your brother-in-law owes us 5 million. He said to collect from you. So pay up. Old Master N's fury spiked. How did you get in here? Security. Throw them out. The guy flashed an employee badge. We walked in with these, asshole. You planning to stiff us? Old Master N stared at the badge, and it all snapped into place. His eyes went murderous as they zeroed in on Xioli. She stared right back, unafraid. Her expression was pure defiance. Yeah, I did it. What are you going to do about it? He barked at the intruders. Xiao Yuan is the one who owes you. Go pound on his door. The leader spat on the floor. That bastard doesn't have a cent to his name. He said your group is loaded, said he took 2 billion from the finance department. And you're telling me you won't cough up a lousy 5 million? A collective what exploded across the room. Not just Old Master, and every single shareholder shot to their feet. 2 billion. Are you out of your mind? I'm not here to joke around, the guy said. Pay up now, or I'll take this public and burn your precious group to the ground. One by one, the shareholders whirled on Old Master N. President N. Xiao Yuan is your brother-in-law, the finance minister is your trusted man, and your son was deputy minister there. You explain now. That's right. If you don't give us a straight answer, we are not letting this go. Old Master N's jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. He couldn't afford to lose his cool. Not here. He forced his voice steady. Don't listen to a liar. There's no way Xiao Yuan embezzled 2 billion. He doesn't have that kind of power. The shareholders hesitated, the logic landed, then a deep voice cut in from the doorway. President N, you called for me? Heads turned. The finance minister stood there, pale as death. A shareholder demanded, Minister Fang, good. Did Xiao Yuan embezzle 2 billion in company funds? The minister's stomach dropped. He shot a panicked glance at Old Master N, and his mouth went dry. The guilt was written all over his face. Every shareholder saw it. 2 billion. Their money. Another shareholder roared, Minister Fang, is it true or not? If we find out you helped steal from this company, you will rot in a prison cell. The minister's legs buckled. He broke instantly. Please. It wasn't my idea. The young master of the N family said he'd invest the money and pay it back in a few months. It was all his plan. As soon as Minister Fang finished, the shareholders erupted. When Xiao Yuan joined, we all knew he couldn't deliver. You vouched for him. You swore he'd handle it, President N. And look what happened. His last screw-up cost the company tens of billions. Now he's colluding with Xianyu to embezzle funds. What kind of circus is this? He stole from every one of us. If you don't fix this, we'll move to replace you. The words landed hard. An Shangxing didn't flinch. You want to remove me? I hold 30% of the company's shares. Do you really think you can? An older shareholder shouted over the noise, and Shangxing, you don't have the chops to run this company. Under your watch, the N Group is headed straight for bankruptcy. The debt collectors had had enough. We don't have time for this bullshit. Pay what you owe, or we take every N Group scandal to the media. The conference room devolved into a shouting match. Ruoxi had seen enough. She'd done what she came to do. She had more pressing business. She slipped out, pulled out her phone, and texted Xiao Liu, release the news now. Xiao Liu replied with a smiley emoji, mission will be completed. Energy Department. An Ruoxi followed the secretary into Minister Zhong's office. The room wasn't large, but shelves lined the walls, lending it a quiet, scholarly feel. Minister Zhong was in his 50s, gold-rimmed glasses, with the calm, steady presence of a man who'd spent decades in the halls of power. When he saw her, he gestured politely to the chair across from his desk. "Missen, please sit." She nodded and took her seat, composed. He gave a faint smile. "You certainly know how to pull strings, Missen. Going through my son. If he hadn't threatened to do something drastic, I wouldn't have agreed to see you today." And Ruoxi hadn't expected him to be so direct or so dismissive. She smiled. "I just wanted to give you one more option, Minister Zhong. A project this big deserves careful consideration." He leaned back in his chair, the posture of a man who was never in a hurry. "The pay group's strength speaks for itself. We're practically at the signing stage, so tell me, why should we choose the IN group over pay?" She sat straighter, meeting his gaze. "Give it one more minute, and you'll have your answer." She glanced down at her watch, tracking the second hand. Minister Zhong's eyes flickered with interest. "Interesting. First time I've seen someone negotiate like this." He'd wait and see what she was playing at. Ruoxi didn't lift her eyes from the watch. She counted silently. 10.9.8. 1. The moment she finished, a message pinged on her phone. Minister Zhong's phone vibrated too. He picked it up, and his eyes widened. He looked at her, barely hiding his disbelief. "You did this." She opened her phone, saw the breaking headline, and let her smile curve. "Yes. I did." The team she'd brought from Tsangming Island weren't just experts in combat, they specialized in intelligence gathering. She'd had this dirt on the pay group for a while. She'd just been waiting for the right moment to release it. Maximum impact. Minister Zhong studied the article again. It exposed a bank under the pay group in a money laundering scheme, complete with partial evidence. The pay group was the capital's second largest conglomerate. News like this didn't go public without serious backing. The fact that this young woman could drop a bomb like that told him she was far from ordinary. But Minister Zhong had seen plenty of high-stakes games. He set his phone down. "Even if the pay group is in crisis, we're not obligated to work with the IN group. You still need to give me a reason to partner with you." And Ruoxi had expected that. Unfazed, she pulled up a file on her phone and handed it over. "Take a look at these articles." He adjusted his glasses and began scrolling. The more he read, the more his expression shifted. By the end, he couldn't hide his amazement. "All of this is you?" She smiled. "There are photos. You're welcome to verify them yourself." He looked back at the screen and murmured, "Owner of Tianhuan Feast. A genius designer recognized worldwide. The racing legend gearheads worship. How is one person all of this?" "Nothing is impossible, Minister Zhong. When I set my mind to something, I make it happen. And I'll be straight with you, my goal is to take full control of the IN group. With me at the helm, I promise you, the company will only grow stronger. So you wouldn't be handing this project to the IN group. You'd be handing it to me, and I will not let you down." Minister Zhong looked at her with new eyes. She couldn't be much older than his own son, yet she'd already accomplished more than most people did in a lifetime. After everything he'd just read, He didn't doubt a word she said that he believed she could deliver. She held his gaze, unwavering. So, do we sign the contract? He narrowed his eyes. Saying nothing, she pressed forward. Minister Zhong, I know this project is urgent. You don't have time to vet anyone else, but I promise you, partnering with me is your best move. A flicker of admiration crossed his face. Such a clever young woman. He adjusted his glasses. Let's sign. Her lips curved. I'll have the contract drafted and sent to you tomorrow. He nodded. Good. She rose. I won't take any more of your time. With a slight bow, she turned and headed for the door. Misson. She stopped and looked back, her smile still in place. Is there something else, Minister Zhong? He pushed up his glasses, his tone shifting to something more avuncular. My son is quite taken with you. When you have a free moment, would you like to come by the house for dinner? And Ruoxi blinked, caught off guard. Was he trying to set her up with his son? She smiled, polite and distant. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. Minister Zhong's face fell with regret. At the in-family home, the sharp crack of a belt echoed through the room. Xiao Yuan knelt on the floor, his back a mess of bloody welts. He howled in pain. Xiao sat in a wheelchair, his face deathly pale. Xie Mingyu still wasn't satisfied. He lifted the belt and brought it down again, brutal and unrelenting. Everything I've lost is because of you. Xiao Yuan, a man in his 40s, sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Brother-in-law, I was set up too. He turned his tear-streaked face to Wang Wanjuan. Sis, please, beg him to stop, he's going to kill me. Wang Wanjuan's eyes were red. She stepped forward and grabbed Xie Mingyu's arm. Honey. Before she could finish, he shoved her away. She stumbled and hit the floor hard. Xie Mingyu didn't even glance at her. He lashed Xiao Yuan again with the belt. My biggest regret in life is ever letting you into an corporation. With that pig brain of yours, even a fool would have known that high-return investment was a scam. You ruined yourself. Fine. But why did you drag my son down with you? Xiao Yuan sobbed out an explanation. Brother-in-law, I only did it because I cost you hundreds of billions before, and I was desperate to earn it back to help you through the crisis. Besides, the first few investments actually doubled my money. How was I supposed to know it was a trap? They set me up, lured me in. I figured I'd invest the 2 billion. Take the profit, and get out. Who knew the guy would just disappear with the money? Hearing that, Xie Mingyu's fury only deepened. Bottom line, you're a goddamn idiot. Even I wouldn't dare promise doubling profits in that kind of time frame. I'm going to beat you to death right here. He swung the belt again, lashing Xiao Yuan several more times. Wang Wanjuan saw her brother sagging, barely conscious. She lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Xie Mingyu's leg. Honey, you can't keep hitting him, you'll kill him. Panting from exertion, Xie Mingyu hurled the belt aside and dropped onto the sofa. He jabbed a finger at Xiao Yuan. The shareholders want me to cover that 2 billion, or they'll have you arrested. What the hell are you going to do about it? Xiao Yuan's upper body was soaked in blood. His face was ashen. He wiped the tears from his face and choked out, I put all my money into it. It's gone, every cent. You. Xie Mingyu shot up from the sofa again. What the hell had he done in a past life to deserve these people? Every single one of them was stupid, vicious, and brainless. And they all expected him to clean up their messes, then go to prison, he roared. Wang Wanjuan was still on the floor. She crawled over and grabbed his leg, sobbing, shaking her head. Honey, my brother is the only son left in our family. He can't go to prison. Just help him one more time. I swear this is the last, and if he gets locked up, it'll make the Yin family look terrible. Do you want people gossiping behind your back? Xie Mingyu's eyes blazed. 2 billion, I already spent 5 billion bailing out your son, and before that, 20 billion to cover the resort project shortfall. Where the hell am I supposed to get more money? Back when Liu Jianghua was CEO, Xie Mingyu was just a vice president. Dividends brought him about 3 billion a year, but between networking, bribes, and his expensive lifestyle, he burned through most of it. The previous shortfalls had nearly wiped him out. Now he barely had a few $100 million left. There was no way he could scrape together 2 billion. Wang Wanjuan sobbed. Then go beg your father. He's your dad, he'll help you. Old master, and the name darkened Xie Mingyu's face instantly. Right now he only has eyes for that little bitch and Sholi. He doesn't give a damn about me. Ever since Xie Mingyu was a boy, old master and had favored Liu Jianghua. Now that Liu Jianghua was dead, he poured all his attention into his granddaughter, and Sholi. If the old man hadn't forced an Sholi into an corporation, Xie Mingyu wouldn't be in this mess. And if she landed that big deal, the shareholders would push her into a position to rival him. All of it his father's doing. Wang Wanjuan fanned the flames. Then you need to see him. Or are you going to let him hand the entire and family fortune over to that little bitch? The words hit Xie Mingyu like a slap. A cold, ruthless light entered his eyes. The old man had shown no mercy. Xie Mingyu wouldn't feel a shred of guilt for what he had to do to the Yin family's old mansion, and Sholi didn't get home until 8 that night, buried in contracts all day. She walked into the living room and didn't see old master, and whenever she stayed at the mansion, no matter how late she got back, her grandfather always waited for her on the sofa. She asked a maid, "Where's Grandpa?" The maid answered respectfully. Old master felt unwell during dinner and went to rest in his room. And Sholi's heart squeezed tight. Ever since the incidents with Xie Yoli and Liang Xini, her grandfather was always sighing when no one was looking. His health was getting worse. She hurried upstairs to his bedroom and knocked. "Grandpa?" A cough came from inside. "Come in." And Sholi pushed the door open and saw old master and sitting up in bed, his face pale and weary. Guilt stabbed through her. If she hadn't stirred up so much trouble in the Yin family, her grandfather wouldn't be like this. When he saw her frozen at the door, he smiled and waved her over. "Sweetheart, come sit with Grandpa." She snapped out of it, walked to the bed, and sat beside him. "Grandpa, are you okay? Where does it hurt?" His smile was gentle, reassuring. "At my age, little aches and pains are normal. Don't worry about me." But seeing him like this made her eyes well up. "Grandpa, I'm sorry." Something flickered in the old man's gaze. He took her hand, his voice heavy. "About Yoli and Xini, was that you?" And Sholi didn't hide it. She nodded. Old master and paused, as if understanding something. "And the car accident, was it your uncle?" Her eyes red, she nodded again. Surprise flashed across old master and's face. Then tears filled his eyes. That animal. His own brother, how could he do something like that? He broke into a violent coughing fit, and Xiao quickly stood and handed him the warm water from the nightstand. She gently patted his back. "Grandpa, please don't get worked up." It took a long time for the coughing to subside, but he took a sip of water to soothe his throat, then pulled her back down to sit. "I've heard a little about what Yoli and Cinny were doing outside. I used to warn your uncle to discipline them properly, that they've gotten what they deserved now. As for your uncle, I won't stop you from taking revenge for what he did." But his voice broke. "They're still my son, my grandchildren. Can you, for my sake, spare their lives?" And Xiao's hands clenched tightly on her knees. Hatred burned inside her. She couldn't forgive anyone who had hurt her family, but her grandfather was also the person she loved most. She couldn't bear to see him suffer. She gritted her teeth. "As long as they don't do any more harm, I'll consider letting them live." But she paused, lifting her gaze to meet his. "I'm afraid their next target is you." From old master and study, and Ruoxi made her way back to her own room. The second she opened the door, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her. Xiao Yuan rested his chin on her shoulder, nuzzling against her, his voice a husky whisper. "You're back so late tonight." Even the big bad wolf had learned how to pout. His stubble grazing her neck made her unbearably ticklish. She tilted her head away and tugged at his hands. "Cut it out. I need a shower first." With that, she walked straight into the bathroom. Her coldness made Xiao Yuan frown. But then it hit him, she must be exhausted from a long day, and his mood instantly lifted. That he strode over to the bed on those long legs. Passing the vanity where a bottle of perfume caught his eye. He picked it up and spritzed a little into the air. Sweet and soft. It smelled just like his 1111. Sly and quick, he slipped the perfume bottle into his suit jacket pocket. Then he pulled back the covers and slid into bed. It wasn't long before Ruoxi emerged from the bathroom and sat on the edge of the bed to towel dry her hair. Xiao Yuan watched the delicate curve of her neck, her back turned to him, and he swallowed hard. He shifted over and wrapped his arms around her slim waist from behind. "Baby, aren't you going to give me any attention tonight?" By now she was used to his after-dark routines. She set the towel on the nightstand, turned, and rested her hands on his shoulders. A teasing smile touched her lips. "Depends on how well you perform." His eyes lit up. In one fluid motion, he pressed her down onto the mattress, his voice low and rough, dragged from deep in his throat. "Baby, you're going to enjoy this." He lowered his head and claimed her mouth, starting slow, teasing, then deepening the kiss, that overwhelming possessiveness seeping out with every second. And Ruoxi felt the pressure on her lips intensify, numbing and aching, as his fierce presence swallowed her whole. Just when the kiss was turning frantic, he shifted. He buried his face in the soft curve of her neck, blazing a trail of hot, open-mouthed kisses. Then down to her collarbone, lower and lower. She was losing it, breath-catching. She grabbed a fistful of his hair. "Stop." Her voice came out all husky and breathless, making her blush even harder. Xiao Yuan lifted his head, a wicked grin, tugging at his lips. "Baby, it's way too late to call it quits now," and he meant every word. For the next 3 hours, no matter how much she begged, he didn't stop. She cried until her voice went hoarse, but he only kissed the tears from her eyes. "Baby, almost there." His almost there meant flipping her over and starting all over again. By the time it finally ended, and Ruoxi was too spent to lift her arms. Still, she had to admit the experience was phenomenal. His service game was top tier. Otherwise, with her own skills, she never would have let him have his way. Completely satisfied, he curled up behind her and nuzzled her cheek, practically fishing for praise. Baby, was I good? She shot him a side-eye glare. Get lost. Her reaction only made him smug. You were rolling your eyes from pleasure. She clenched her jaw, shut her eyes, and ignored him. The next morning, Xiao Yuan was still there. Normally he slipped away before she woke up. After all, this was the Yuan family's old mansion. He was sitting on the sofa in his suit, and when he saw her stir, he came over and pressed a light kiss to her lips. Good morning, baby. He pinched her cheeks playfully, her face scrunched under his fingers. She swatted his hand away. Why are you still here? He walked back to the sofa, grabbed a document, and handed it to her with a mischievous grin. A gift for you. And Ruoxi took it, eyeing him suspiciously before opening the file. One glance and her eyes went wide. 15% of incorporation? Xiao Yuan leaned in, his long, narrow eyes gleaming. Touched. Want to give me a kiss? The company's stock had tanked recently. He must have snapped up the shares while they were cheap. Thinking of the 10 billion he'd already given Dia.an, plus these shares, her feelings tangled into something complicated. When she didn't speak, he reached out and ruffled her soft hair. I told you, whatever you want to do, I'll do everything I can to help you. Her grip on the file tightened. She opened her mouth, then stopped. He didn't let her finish. Turning toward the window, he glanced back with that wicked grin. Save your thanks for tonight. In bed. Then he vaulted out the window. Word that Ruoxi had signed a major deal with the energy department spread fast to incorporation headquarters. Shangxing swept everything off his desk in a blind rage. Even the expensive computer didn't survive. Ruoxi, he hissed through clenched teeth. You think you can take my seat? You're nowhere near ready. He snatched up his phone and made a call. Where are the Tsangming Continent assassins now? The voice on the other end answered, they'll take a while to get here, but I found out one of their teams just wrapped a job in a neighboring country that if we deploy them, they can arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Shangxing's knuckles whitened around the phone. Bring them to the capital. I'll stop at nothing to kill Ruoxi. Understood. The moment he hung up, he dialed old master and dad. Let's go pay respects to big brother the day after tomorrow. Silence on the other end. Just when Shangxing thought he wasn't going to answer, the old man's voice came through fine. Soon after, Ruoxi got a call from Xiao Liu boss. Bad news. I've got intel that the Blood Moon Assassin organization from Tsangming Continent took a contract. They're en route to the capital right now. They'll be here tomorrow. Blood Moon, the #1 assassin organization in Kanjiming. Ruoxi's beautiful eyes stayed calm as still water. How many? She asked flatly. Xiao Liu's voice was uncharacteristically tense. All of them. Her gaze turned to ice. Assemble everyone, prepare for the ultimate battle. The day she'd been waiting for had finally arrived. The sky hung low and grey on the anniversary of Shungnan's death. A thin drizzle hung in the air like a cold mist. Surely woke up early. Beside her, Xiao Yuan was still asleep. Dark hair fell across his forehead. His sharp features had gone soft in the muted morning light without the usual edge, that simmering intensity. He almost looked boyish. She traced the lines of his face with her eyes, the strong brow, the straight bridge of his nose. She would never get tired of looking at him. Her thoughts flickered back to the night before, the way his control had cracked, the raw hunger in his expression, vivid, magnetic, completely intoxicating. She had thought crossing paths with him would destroy her. She never imagined he would carve his way into her heart one piece at a time. As she stared, Xiao Yuan stirred. His eyes opened. She could not look away fast enough. Their gazes locked, his mouth curved into a wicked smile. Got you hooked, huh? And Xioli did not roll her eyes like she normally would. She nodded, soft and sincere. Yeah, hooked. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. That was new, her being this agreeable. She shifted closer, her gaze burning into his. Want to go again? A morning quickie. If he hesitated for even a second, he was not a man. He rolled her beneath him, pinning her in place. Hell yes. She was not just willing this morning, she was eager. He was soon slick with sweat, his grip iron-tight around her waist, skin sliding against her back, his voice rough with need. What's gotten into you today? Her hair clung to her damp forehead, her eyes fogged with desire. Her voice came out breathy. Guess I'm just in the mood. That sound wrecked him. He pressed against her, catching her earlobe between his teeth, his breath scorching the last shred of her composure. Baby, I fucking love you. At the cemetery, the rain had stopped, the sky was still gray. Dressed in stark black, and surely guided old master and up the stone steps one by one. Neither of them spoke. A weight of quiet grief hung between them. Panjichu was already there. He stood before the graves of An Shengnan and Li Jiao, lost in thought. Footsteps pulled him back to the present. When he saw old master N and Anxioli approaching, a flash of murderous intent shot through his eyes. It vanished the moment old master and looked his way. Old master and gave him a single glance. You're here. Panjichu nodded. He said nothing. Old master and took 2 bouquets from a bodyguard and laid them at the graves of his son and daughter-in-law. Another bodyguard set down a fire basin and a low stool. The old man handed his cane to the guard and sat on the stool. His eyes were red-rimmed as he fed paper money into the flames. I spent my life ruling the business world, and in the end, I am burying my own child. I do not want to feel this pain a second time. Panjichu's eyes flickered, his hands tightened into fists at his sides. After the offerings, a bodyguard laid down a prayer mat. Old master and looked at Anxioli. His voice was gentle. Go on, kowtow to your parents. Tears welled in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. She nodded and knelt on the mat. Her forehead touched the ground 3 times. Dad, Mom, watch closely. Your revenge is coming. When she rose, old master and turned to Panjichu. Kowtow to your brother and sister-in-law. Panjichu's jaw clenched as he stared at the portrait of An Shengnan on the headstone. He said nothing, then he obeyed, kneeling and bowing 3 times. Afterward, the bodyguards cleared everything away. Old master and stood, leaning on his cane. His face was unreadable as he stared at the 2 graves. Resign as president of an corporation, he said. Voluntarily. Panjichu's entire body jolted. He glared at his father, his voice a snarl. What did you say? Old Master and turned to face him, his eyes cold. You are not fit to lead. Under you, and corporation will crash and burn. What do you know? Pan Jichu roared, jabbing a finger toward Ansholi. This is because of her, isn't it? Ever since I was a kid, you always favored my brother, and now that he is dead, you favor his daughter. Old Master and slammed his cane hard against the ground. Pain bled into his voice. Look at what you have done to the company after all these years. Factions everywhere, fake transactions, double contracts. It is a goddamn mess, and those cronies of yours do nothing but stuff their own pockets. Excuses. Pan Jichu was livid. You just want to clear the path for Ansholi. Murder burned in his eyes. You are being ruthless, old man, so do not blame me for not treating you like a father. Grab him. At his words, over 20 figures burst from the trees around the cemetery, men and women, all different shapes and sizes, dressed in mismatched clothes. Ansholi's eyes narrowed. Blood Moon assassins. Old Master and took in the scene. His face hardened. Pan Jichu, I am your father. Are you really going to commit patricide? Pan Jichu shed the last of his pretense with a cold snort. If you were not still useful, old man, I would have sent you to see your precious dead son a long time ago. Old Master and's face twisted with grief and rage. So it was you killed your brother and his wife. That is right. Pan Jichu's expression turned brutal. I had someone tamper with their brakes. He wheeled on Ansholi. Too bad that little bitch did not die in the crash too. Old Master and stumbled backward, his heart shattered. A trembling finger pointed at his son. You monster! Ansholi caught his arm, steadying him. Grandfather! Pan Jichu was done talking. He signaled to the Blood Moon assassins. Get the old man. The bodyguards rushed in to shield him. A young assassin with dreadlocks, ripped jeans, and a wad of chewing gum in his mouth swaggered forward. The nearest bodyguard braced himself. 2 quick punches and he was on the ground. The other guards scrambled back, their faces tight with fear. A smug look crawled across Pan Jichu's face. He reached out and his assistant handed him 2 documents. He shoved them toward his father. Sign these, and I might let you live. Old Master and glanced at them. A share transfer agreement. A will. His face went purple with fury. He tore them to shreds. You ungrateful bastard. In your dreams. Pan Jichu's eyes darkened. He stepped back and nodded at the young assassin. Teach him a lesson. The kid sneered at the old man. Old geezer, you asked for it. He reached for Old Master and's collar. A slender wrist caught his arm mid-motion. Ansholi's lips curled into a cold smile. You piece of trash thinks you can touch my grandfather? The assassin froze, alarm screamed through his head. Shit. He tried to pull back. Too late. A scream ripped through the cemetery. The young assassin hit the ground, clutching his right hand, writhing in agony. The Blood Moon leader watched with a grim expression. A scorpion tattoo marked his left temple. Scorpion. The kid was ranked solidly in the middle of their organization, and this girl had taken him out with one hand, his gaze locked on Ansholi, dark, deadly. Ansholi turned Old Master and over to the bodyguards. Get Grandpa out of here first. 2 bodyguards moved in, bracing the old man on either side old master and gripped her hand, worry carved deep into his face. Be careful, sweetheart. She gave him a small smile. I'll be fine, Grandpa. Don't worry. He knew staying would only slow her down. He didn't argue. Master Scorpion roared, no one leaves today. The words barely left his mouth before the Blood Moon assassins surged forward. Oh, says who? A young, clear voice cut across the cemetery. The Blood Moon crew turned from the far side. A dozen figures emerged. The faceless leader led them. He flashed a cocky grin. Blood Moon thinks they're hot shit. You checked with the faceless first? The Blood Moon assassins traded looks, disbelief written across every face. Master Scorpion narrowed his eyes. You're the faceless who vanished from Tsangming continent. The faceless leader crossed his arms. That's right, your ancestors are standing right here. Master Scorpion let out a sharp scoff. Your leader got taken out. You're nothing but garbage now. The faceless leader raised an eyebrow. Let's hope you're not the one begging for mercy in a minute. And Xiao shot him a look. Stop wasting words, get Grandpa out first. The faceless leader pointed at 2 of his men. You 2. Escort our Grandpa out of here. The 2 flanked Old Master and Blood Moon assassins immediately moved to block them. And Xiao turned to the man, her voice cold. I'll stay, let Grandpa go. The man sized up the standoff between the 2 groups of killers. If Xiao died here, dealing with the old man later would be easy enough. Let the old bastard live a few more hours. No point having him in the way. He waved a hand. Let the old man leave. The bodyguards escorted Old Master and away. A deathly stillness settled over the cemetery. Even the wind carried the scent of gunpowder. The man retreated to the rear. Master Scorpion stood at the front of Blood Moon and Xiao stood at the front of the faceless. Master Scorpion glared at the faceless leader. You've survived this long. Don't throw it away. Hand over the girl, and I'll let you walk out of here. The faceless leader laughed like it was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. You sure about that? Master Scorpion sneered. The faceless used to be strong, but from what I hear, your best killers all died in that civil war. You've got maybe a dozen people left. I've got more than 20. I'm telling you. Don't throw your lives away. The faceless leader raised a finger and wagged it. No. We've only got 1 person. Master Scorpion frowned. What the hell does that mean? The faceless leader didn't answer. He just looked at Xiao. She stepped forward. She cracked her knuckles, then rolled her ankles. Her eyes snapped up to meet Master Scorpion's. A bloodthirsty smile curled her lips. Because the one fighting you is me. What? Master Scorpion stumbled back a step, but his assassins were getting impatient. One massive brute, nearly 7 feet of solid muscle, growled. Boss, why waste words? She crippled Xiao Meng. I'm taking her life right now. He charged at Xiao, fists the size of sledgehammers. The rest of Blood Moon burst into laughter. Tiezi, don't kill her too fast. She's a pretty little thing. The thug ignored them. Xiao Meng was his best friend, and he was going to crush this bitch flat. Xiao stood motionless as the mountain of a man barreled toward her. The Blood Moon assassins kept mocking. Oh, look at her frozen stiff, probably pissing herself. Then they turned on the faceless. Your employer's about to bite it, and you're just standing there. What? You forget how to kill after all that time off. The words barely left their mouths. The instant the thug reached her, and surely moved. Like a snake, she coiled up his legs and climbed his back. His iron arm swung back to grab her, but the moment his hand touched her, she drove her fist straight into his face. The mountain of a man's knees buckled. He crashed to the ground like a sack of dead meat. Didn't move. And surely landed lightly back on her feet. The Blood Moon assassins stared, dumbfounded silence, dead silence. Holy shit, what just happened? How did Tiezi go down? His top 3 in our organization. .1 punch. Did she use some kind of weapon? No, I was watching the whole time. She was too pretty to look away. She knocked him out with a bare fist. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Master Scorpion's eyes went wide as the realization hit him. You're a faceless assassin too? The man's gaze sharpened. No wonder every assassination attempt on Anxioli had failed. Those 4 years she vanished, she'd gone to Tsangming continent to become a killer. Master Scorpion waited for her answer. Her silence was confirmation. His heart sank. He forced himself to ask the question he dreaded most. What's your rank in the Faceless? Anxioli rotated her right wrist. Her smile was savage, merciless. Don't you already know the answer? Master Scorpion shouted. You're the Faceless Ace Assassin. Panic rippled through the Blood Moon assassins. Oh God, that ace is my idol. Can we bail on this contract? I don't want to fight my idol. The one who single-handedly took out the Faceless leader and a dozen elite killers, terrifying. That's not even all of it. She took down an entire terrorist organization by herself. Are we really throwing our lives away here? Did you see those moves? Fast and brutal. Lightning's got nothing on her. She has to be the most lethal killer Tsangming continent ever bred. And the Faceless Ace is this soft, delicate-looking girl. God. How can she be this cute and this lethal at the same time? Anxioli curled her hands into fists. Ready. Enough chatter, come at me all at once. After Ruoxi laid down her ultimatum, not a single member of Blood Moon dared to twitch. On the Faceless side, a killer even younger than Xiao Liu leaned in and whispered, 6. Is it really okay for us to just stand here and watch the boss fight? Xiao Liu trusted Ruoxi's skill, but staring down this many Blood Moon assassins, he couldn't untie the knot in his gut. Still, before they came, she'd made it crystal clear, unless it was life or death, they were not to engage. He kept his voice low. The boss said we're only a dozen people. She still needs us to keep things running back in the capital. Unless she walks into a trap, we don't move. The young killer gave a short nod. Fair with her strength. Taking this crew down should be a piece of cake. Xiao Liu didn't answer. He watched the Blood Moon crew without blinking, tension radiating from his gaze. Shangxing stood behind the Blood Moon thugs. When he saw nobody step up to fight Ruoxi, he exploded. I paid you to come here, not to stand around with your jaws hanging open. Attack. Master Scorpion's face had never been that grim. Attack. He knew he'd lose. Don't attack. That would shred their reputation. Just as the dilemma peaked, Another voice cut through the cemetery. Who the hell dares touch her? The man's voice was commanding, laced with menace and bloodlust. Just hearing it sent a chill down every spine. Blood Moon's people looked up. A tall, striking man was advancing with a squad of mercenaries, maybe 60 or 70 of them. The mercs carried the latest submachine guns and machine guns, and at least a dozen had rocket launchers balanced on their shoulders. With that kind of firepower, even a mosquito wouldn't make it out. Master Scorpion's face went white. Then Ruoxi turned. Xiao Yuan was already at her side. She looked up at him. How did you know where to come? His dark eyes swept over her. I'll deal with you when we get home. She'd faced something this big and hidden it from him. No wonder she'd been so eager this morning, initiating that early quickie herself. He stepped in front of her, blocking her from view, then slowly lit a cigarette, took a drag. Then spoke, choose, walk away right now, or we find a pit and bury your bodies here. Blood Moon's killers had seen plenty of bloodshed. They'd crawled through hails of bullets, but they'd never encountered someone with this kind of presence. He hadn't said much, but when those hawk-like eyes swept over them, every person there felt an invisible blade pressed against their throat. Master Scorpion felt the pressure crushing him. He clenched his fists. We're leaving now. Life or money? Obviously, life. The second he said it, and Shangxing jumped up, frantic. Don't you people have any professional ethics? You took my money and you won't do the job. Master Scorpion frowned at him. We'll refund you. Then to his men, withdraw. Blood Moon scattered like roaches, terrified that if they lingered, Xiao Yuan might change his mind. And Shangxing kept hopping around. Don't leave, come back. The shouting grated on Xiao Yuan's nerves. He dug a finger into his ear, annoyed. Then he pulled out a pistol. Bang, shot and Shangxing in the leg, annoying. And Shangxing collapsed, clutching his leg and screaming. He glared at Ruoxi. Go ahead. Kill me if you've got the guts. As long as I'm still breathing, I will never let you go. Xiao Yuan's eyes went murderous. He ran his tongue over his teeth and raised the gun. I'll grant your wish. But Ruoxi grabbed his hand. She stared coldly at Shangxing in her eyes. He was already as good as dead. Killing him would be too easy. I want him to live the rest of his life in pain and regret. And Shangxing was desperate to die, but Ruoxi saw right through him. He started spitting curses. You little bitch, just like your worthless father, a gutless coward. He called me a brother, and his whole family got smashed to pieces by a truck. Xiao Yuan lunged forward and kicked him square in the face. And Shangxing bled everywhere. Seeing stars. He spat out a mouthful of blood along with 2 front teeth. He glared hatefully at Xiao Yuan. You think you're innocent? Do you know who planned that car accident? Your mother. Xiao Yuan froze. Ruoxi stepped up and kicked Shangxing's jaw. Dislocated. He writhed on the ground in agony. She turned to Xiao Liu. Take him away. All the evidence we've gathered, send it to the police station. On the drive back, Xiao Yuan stared out the window, his sharp profile turned away from her, silent. She stole glances at him several times. Normally, he'd be clinging to her by now, nothing, so she made the first move. She swung a leg over and settled onto his lap, cupping his face. She made him look at her. I thought you were going to deal with me later, she teased. Xiao Yuan's face held no trace of humor. his gaze was heavy. What did Shangxing mean? And Ruoxi's eyes flickered. She lowered her hands from his face. Your mother, Liu Jingxian, she was involved in that car accident. His jaw tightened. She wanted into the Xie conglomerate. She was competing with my father for a project. When she couldn't win, she went to Shangxing. They teamed up to kill him. She designed the whole plan, and Shangxing found someone to tamper with the brakes. And Ruoxi had only discovered this after Liu Jingxian kidnapped old Master Xiao. She'd found it strange that Liu Jingxian would help Shangxing murder her father, so she'd had Xiao Liu dig into it. The truth had come out. Xiao Yuan felt like a boulder was crushing his chest. Even breathing came with a dull ache. His eyes dropped. The hand resting on Ruoxi's waist trembled slightly. I'm sorry that if, back then, I hadn't helped her take the blame for killing my own father, she would never have had the chance to hurt your family. His voice cracked. It was me. I destroyed your family. And Ruoxi felt the turmoil and pain coiling inside him. She wrapped her arms around his head, pulling him close. This isn't your fault. You were just a kid. How could you have known what would follow? And Shangxing's hatred for my father ran deep. He'd been eyeing the conglomerate for years. Even without Liu Jingxian, he would have found a way. So don't blame yourself. Xiao Yuan buried his face in her shoulder. His large frame trembled. His breathing was heavy, suppressed. The heat searing through her clothes into her skin. She, he said, his voice raw. I will make this right. I promise you. Liu Jingxian was out. The Xie family had posted bail, pulled strings, whatever it took. She'd made a mess, but she was still Xie Huaijin's wife. His people found a scapegoat, and just like that, she walked free. Xie Corporation, though, was closed to her forever. There was no coming back from what she'd done. When she stepped through the front door, Xie Huaijin was waiting in his wheelchair. She broke down, ran to him, and collapsed at his feet, her face buried in his lap. Honey, I'm so sorry. I only wanted to make the Xie family stronger. Xie Huaijin lifted his hand and let it hover over her hair. He paused, a heartbeat of hesitation. Liu Jingxian wept harder, her shoulders shaking. His expression softened. He sighed and let his palm settle on her head, fingers stroking gently. I know you've been scared ever since what happened with the Xiao family all those years ago. You've been clawing your way up, terrified that if you ever stopped climbing, someone would hurt you. But I'm your husband after all these years. Can't you feel how much I love you? From now on, just be Mrs. Xie. Leave the past behind. We'll live our lives together. Tears streaked Liu Jingxian's face. She regretted her recklessness. If she'd been more careful, more subtle, things might have turned out differently. At least he still loved her. Without him, she'd be rotting in a prison cell for the rest of her life. She rose and wrapped her arms around him. I'll listen to you. I promise. Xie Huaijin patted her back. I've arranged a family banquet at noon. All the direct and branch members will be there. I want everyone to see you're still my wife. Even without your position at Xie Corporation, no one will dare mistreat you. Liu Jingxian's eyes glistened. The Xiao family had scarred her, but heaven hadn't been entirely cruel. It had given her Xie Huaijin a man like this. She smiled, elegant and composed. Thank you, honey. Typing mountained in the study, Xiao Yuan stood at the window, smoke coiling around him. The room was so thick with it that the light filtered through in hazy beams, Swallowing him whole, Li Feng pushed the door open and immediately coughed. How many packs had his boss burned through? The place was a fire hazard. He paused, gulping air before stepping inside. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuan turned, his handsome face was drawn tight, his expression full of dark intent. Ready? Li Feng straightened. Yes, sir. We can leave whenever you give the word. He hesitated, then added, if we go through with this today, we're burning every bridge with the Xie family. A cold sneer tugged at Xiao Yuan's mouth. The Xie family, they're nothing. He checked his watch, his narrow eyes glinting. Let's head to the Xie residence. He strode out of the study, and Li Feng fell in behind him downstairs. A long line of black cars waited, engines idling. Xiao Yuan climbed into his private sedan, and as the convoy rolled out, he fired off a message to an Ruoxi: make sure you catch the live stream. The Xie clan was large. Even a family banquet drew a crowd, guests mingled, glasses clinked, and the conversation buzzed. The family head is devoted, I'll give him that. After everything Liu Jingxian did, he still moved heaven and earth to get her out. I heard he never even wanted the position. He fought for it only to protect her. How does she have that kind of luck? Her reputation is wrecked, and he's still behind her. I'm honestly jealous. Jealous? Look at her. Pushing 50 and she still looks 30, elegant, beautiful. You think you compare? Fair point. She must have been stunning when she was young, and no wonder the family head went after power for her sake. Then Xie Huaijin and Liu Jingxian appeared at the top of the staircase. Liu Jingxian wore a floor-length black gown, dripping in jewelry worth hundreds of millions, a dark, regal silhouette. Xie Huaijin cleared his throat. This banquet is to welcome my wife home. There have been ugly rumors. I don't want anyone spreading them. If I hear a single word spoken against her, the consequences will be severe. He brushed aside her past without a second thought. His message was clear. She was under his protection. The guests caught on instantly. Someone started the applause. Welcome home, madam. Others joined in, a wave of flattery swelling toward Liu Jingxian, feeding her ego. She was still the lady of the family head. Even without power at Xie Corporation, she was second to no one in this house but him. Buoyed by the attention, she moved through the hall, surrounded by admirers. Xie Huaijin stayed by her side for a while, but his body tired quickly. He was about to signal for rest when a man burst through the entrance. Frantic. He skidded to a stop in front of Xie Huaijin. Family head. We have a situation. Xie Huaijin's face hardened, his voice low. Do you know what day this is? Get a hold of yourself. The man was breathless. Xiao Yuan just forced his way in with a squad of men. It looks bad. Xie Huaijin's expression darkened. Stop him. We tried, we can't stop them. His men are trained mercenaries, one of them can take out 10 of our guards. A cold knot formed in Xie Huaijin's stomach. I'll see him myself. A servant wheeled him toward the entrance, but before they could get far, Xiao Yuan's tall figure filled the doorway, cutting an imposing silhouette against the light. Well, quite the party. Liu Jingxian had been basking in praise, the flattery making her head buzz. The second she heard his voice, her senses snapped to attention. She turned sharply and marched toward him, eyes blazing. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Yuan fixed his gaze on her face. He'd been 8 years old when she walked out of the Xiao family as a child. He used to dream of this face. Even after he grew up and learned she was Mrs. Xie, some part of him still wanted to see her. Even when she hurt him, again and again, even when she tried to kill him, he never managed to hate her. She was his mother, the mother he'd dreamed of his whole life. But now, staring at her, all he felt was disgust. His mouth curved into a smile, but his eyes stayed frozen. "I heard the Xie family was throwing a banquet to welcome you home. Thought I'd bring a gift." He let the next word fall like a blade. "Mom." The room erupted. Did he just call her Mom? He said Mom. I heard it. That's insane. Everyone said Xiao Yuan killed his parents when he was 8. What the hell is this? Maybe his mother never died. Maybe it's Liu Jingxian. God, she hid that well. We're hearing family secrets. Are we all going to end up dead? Who'd dare kill off the whole Xie family? A smirk flickered across more than one face. This was going to be good. Everyone's eyes shot to Xie Huaijin, waiting for his reaction. He sat in his wheelchair, steady as a mountain. Not a flicker of surprise on his face, so he already knew Liu Jingxian's identity was no secret to him. The crowd stirred. Of course the family head knew he loved her that much. Liu Jingxian, though, had gone deathly pale. She whirled on Xiao Yuan, her voice cracking. "What the hell are you doing here? The Xie family doesn't want you. Get out now." A maid wheeled Xie Huaijin forward. He reached up and placed a steadying hand on Liu Jingxian's waist. Even looking up at Xiao Yuan from the wheelchair, his cold stare carried absolute command. "I've known my wife's history for a long time. You're not here to sow discord. I married her knowing everything about her past. Whatever you're trying to pull, it won't work." Xiao Yuan's lips curved. The smile was slow and sinister. He spun the ring on his finger, lazy and deliberate. "Is that right? You're sure you know every last detail?" Liu Jingxian started trembling, her face twisted, rage bleeding through the cracks of her composure. "Xiao Yuan, get out of this house." Xie Huaijin felt her shaking and frowned. He'd already said he didn't care about her past, so why was she panicking like this? He looked at her. The gentle, graceful woman he knew was gone in her place. Pure venom. He froze. He didn't recognize the woman standing beside him. Xiao Yuan's sharp eyes pinned her in place. "Scared? Afraid I'll air your dirty laundry in front of everyone?" Liu Jingxian saw the resolve in his gaze. He meant it. A wave of terror slammed into her. She shook harder, then crumpled toward Xie Huaijin, sobbing. "Husband, please, make him leave. I can't stand the sight of him." Xie Huaijin snapped out of his daze, seeing her tears, fragile as a crushed flower, twisted something in his chest. He glared at Xiao Yuan. "You're frightening my wife. Get out. Now." A low laugh escaped Xiao Yuan, then it grew, sharp and cold, sending chills through the room. "Frighten her? A woman ruthless enough to murder her own husband and son, and you think I'm the one she's afraid of?" Xie Huaijin's expression went ice cold. "What the hell are you talking about? What That's nonsense to you. Xiao Yuan's gaze cut into Liu Jingxian like a blade of frozen steel. Everyone calls me a demon. They say I killed my father and mother, but if I killed my mother, then tell me, why is she standing right here, alive and well, going by the name Liu Jingxian? I didn't kill my father, she did. I took the blame because I pitied her. And ever since, she's been trying to have me killed to bury the truth. If I weren't resourceful, I'd be dead 10 times over. Gasps erupted across the hall. Holy shit, Liu Jingxian killed the Xiao family head? That woman is pure evil. Kill her husband, and then try to murder her own son? Why'd she do it? And the family head, he knew she changed her identity. Knew. Please. I'd bet anything he helped her do it. The family head deserves better. She's nothing but a remarried woman with blood on her hands. That goes back to another family secret. You want to hear it? Spill it already. Word is, Liu Jingxian was with our family head first, back before he became head. He was the second son then, didn't even want the position, but the Xiao family head wanted her too, and she dumped our family head to marry richer. Didn't end well, though. The Xiao head was violent, beat her constantly. So she remembered how good our family head was, started an affair with him. He fought for the head position just to save her, but somehow the Xiao head found out, and the beatings got worse. Then one day, the story broke. Xiao Yuan killed his parents. Liu Jingxian was pronounced dead, and the rumors died with her. Who knew the truth was this twisted? She's a monster. And Xiao Yuan, God, he was only 8. No wonder he's the way he is, taking the fall for his mother at 8 years old. Fooled the cops, fooled everyone. At the infamily estate, inside in Ruoxi's room, she stared at the livestream on her phone. Her eyes stayed locked on Xiao Yuan's face, and her chest ached. If it weren't for avenging her parents, he would have buried this secret forever. Exposing Liu Jingxian for what she was meant, ripping open his own bleeding, scarred over wounds all over again. She shut off the screen, stood up, and walked toward the door. At the Xiao family mansion, old Master Xiao gripped his phone. Tears streamed down his face as he watched his poor grandson, suffering since he was a child, and still heaven wouldn't let him go. Back at the Xie mansion, Liu Jingxian was clawing for control. You're lying. Her voice pitched high, hysterical. None of that is true. You killed your father. It had nothing to do with me. Xie Huaijin shook off his shock. His memory pulled him back to the day the Xiao family head died. Liu Jingxian had shown up at his door, terrified out of her mind. She'd thrown herself into his arms, shaking, and said the same words over and over. My son killed that beast, and my son killed that beast. Seeing her so broken, his only instinct had been to protect her. He'd helped her change her identity and escape the Xiao family. When the news broke that Xiao Yuan had killed his parents, Xie Huaijin had been stunned. But it gave Liu Jingxian a clean slate. He'd known her since they were children. She'd always been gentle, kind. He refused to believe she was capable of anything evil. He spoke, his voice flat and cold. Slandering your own mother like this, you're not fit to call yourself her son. Liu Jingxian exhaled, barely hiding her relief. As long as Xie Huaijin believed her, she still had a shield. Xiao Yuan watched her relax, his smile turned razor sharp. I have evidence. Xiao Yuan's words snapped the last thread holding Liu Jingxian together. All the color drained from her face, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor. An assistant stepped forward and handed Xiao Yuan a tablet. He played the video right there, in front of Xie Huaijin. My father had a temper. He hit my mother. I hid a camera to gather evidence. This is what it caught. Xie Huaijin stared at the screen, motionless. I end the footage. Liu Jingxian stood drenched in blood. She had just killed Xiao Yuan's father. Young Xiao Yuan looked up at her. Steady, Mom. Run. I'll say I did it. Liu Jingxian didn't pause. She ran. The video cut to another clip. A restaurant. The angle was low, from a camera pinned to someone's shirt. Mom. Xiao Yuan's voice came through bright, full of hope. Liu Jingxian's face stayed cold the entire time. Halfway through the meal, just as Xiao Yuan seemed lost in the warmth of being near her, Liu Jingxian slid a knife from her coat and drove it toward him. Why won't you just die? If you're dead, no one will ever have to know. The footage stopped. Silence, then voices erupted. That's her own son. How could she? That poor boy, all he ever wanted was his mother's love. And the family head, he's been fooled by this monster for years. Uniformed officers moved through the doorway. Liu Jingxian, you are under arrest for intentional homicide. Come with us. She jolted back to the present, pale and shaking. She dropped to her knees in front of Xie Huaijin and clutched at his arm. Husband, save me please. Agony darkened Xie Huaijin's eyes. He took her fingers and pried them off. One at a time. I have no wife as vicious as you. They led Liu Jingxian out. This time, nobody would be coming to pull strings for her. Xiao Yuan walked out of the Sierra State and stopped. He lifted his gaze, and there she stood. And Xioli waited a short distance away in a simple white dress, her smile clean and open. The sunlight caught her in a way that made her seem lit from within. She held out her hand. Yuan. Let's go home. Xiao Yuan's eyes burned. He took her hand, laced their fingers together. Let's go home. 1 month later, the family living room, old Master Xiao settled onto the sofa and lifted a cup of tea. He skimmed the lid across the surface, took a sip, and his whole face relaxed. Ah, brother, and wonderful tea. Old Master and drank from his own cup and smiled. For you, nothing but the best. Old Master Xiao set his cup down and glanced at his grandson, who sat rigid beside him. His grin widened. So I've come today to discuss the wedding. My boy had a certain reputation, I'll own that. But he knows who to hate and who to protect. The world he shows a cold face for his people. He would hand over everything. Old Master and studied Xiao Yuan, temper like cold steel. A touch of darkness, but that height, that face. A striking young man. No wonder his granddaughter had fallen. He chuckled. I can think of another quality he has. Old Master Xiao leaned in. Oh, do tell. Old Master and took a slow sip of tea. His nimble climbs up to my granddaughter's window every night. I had someone check the wall. He's worn the plaster clean off. And Xioli sat beside her grandfather, mortified. Grandpa. Old Master Xiao's eyes flew wide. He rounded on his grandson. You actually did that? Xiao Yuan owned it. He stole a glance at Xioli and gave a single nod. Old Master Xiao's chest swelled with pride. He shot his grandson a subtle thumbs up and muttered, Good man. I raised you right. Then he faced Old Master and again, Brother N, I swear little 1111 won't suffer a single day in our home. She points east. This boy won't look west or so. The wedding? Old master and looked at his granddaughter, then at the green jade bracelet circling her wrist. He teased, my girl never wears jewelry, but thanks to your boy, she's been flashing that green bracelet right under my nose. If I said no, she'd probably fight me. Grandpa. And Shirley's face went scarlet. Old master and laughed, full and warm, let the young ones decide. After they finished talking about the engagement, and Ruoxi walked old master Xiao and Xiao Yuan out. Old master Xiao headed to the car first, giving the couple a moment alone. Xiao Yuan held onto Ruoxi's hand and wouldn't let go. So, tonight am I coming to you, or are you coming to me? She'd been with him every day lately. She tried to pull her hand free. Not tonight. I'll find you in a couple of days. The man was insatiable. Even a body made of iron couldn't take him, tormenting her every single night. Xiao Yuan's face fell. He tightened his grip and traced teasing circles across her palm with his fingers. No, I can't sleep unless I'm holding you. His nails grazed her skin lightly, sending a ticklish thrill up her arm. She was about to give in when her phone rang. She checked the screen. Dr. Jin. A bad feeling crawled into her chest. She answered immediately. Dr. Jin. Is something wrong with my brother? Dr. Jin's excited voice burst through. Misson, get over here, your brother's awake. At the research institute, Ruoxi sprinted like a madwoman to Baiqian's room. Dr. Jin and two nurses were busy at his bedside. Brother. She lunged to the bed and dropped to her knees. Dr. Jin signaled the nurses, and they stepped back. Baiqian lay weak against the pillows, his eyes barely opened. Ruoxi broke down sobbing. Brother. Tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. Baiqian's eyes shifted slowly when he saw her. He tried desperately to lift the corners of his mouth into a smile, but his facial muscles were too stiff. It didn't work. He could only raise his right hand, very, very slowly, and rest it on top of her head. He brushed her hair just once before his hand dropped. Ruoxi heard his faint whisper, as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and wiped her tears frantically. Brother, I'm here, I'm right here. His hand found hers on the bed rail. Don't cry. After those two words, his eyes closed again, panicked, and Ruoxi cried, Brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Dr. Jin hurried to reassure her. Misson, don't worry. He's just extremely weak. He passed out. All his vitals are normal. With some rest, he'll be able to get out of bed. And Ruoxi wiped her face and forced a smile. Good. That's good. Dr. Jin added, oh, and Jiang Ning has been doing much better since we started the new medication. She hasn't had an episode in a while. And Ruoxi stood. Really? I want to see her. She rushed to the room next door. The moment she opened the door, she saw Jiang Ning. Instead of sitting on the bed like usual, Jiang Ning was standing in the middle of the room, facing the wall. Ruoxi tested the waters. Ning? Jiang Ning turned around. Her eyes were a little cloudy, like she didn't recognize her. Ruoxi stepped forward, eyes red. Ning. Jiang Ning stared at her for a long moment, then a gentle smile spread across her face. She reached out a hand. Come here. Let your sister hold you. And Ruoxi broke. She ran and threw herself into Jiang Ning's arms, hugging her tight. 1 year later. The prisoner Ruoxi sat on the visitor's side of the glass. A moment later, an iron door clanged on the other side. She looked over. Two guards escorted Shangxing in, still in his prison uniform. In just 1 year, his hair had gone completely white. He looked 20 years older. His face was battered and bruised, and he shuffled to the window. When his eyes landed on Ruoxi, the look he gave her was pure murder. She picked up the phone and smiled mockingly. Seeing you suffer in there puts my mind at ease. And Shangxing ground his teeth. Don't get too cocky. And Ruoxi snorted. You're the one locked up in here. Why shouldn't I be cocky? I came today to update you on your family. And Choo-Choo pulled her rich girl act in prison and got a leg broken and one eye blinded. Your precious son couldn't handle the fall. Your brother-in-law tricked him into a gambling den. He lost everything your family had and then some. His tens of millions in debt. The casino muscle broke both his hands. As for your ever-loyal wife, she couldn't take the family falling apart. She lost her mind. She's probably in a mental institution by now. And you, I'm guessing every day in here feels like a slow death. And Ruoxi. He roared and shot to his feet. Sit down. The guard slammed a baton across his back, forcing him down onto the bench, bloodshot eyes fixed on her. If you've got the guts, just kill me. And Ruoxi's face went cold. You murdered my parents. You want to die. It's not that simple. I want you to live every single moment in hell. Then she smiled again. Oh, I forgot to mention my brother's awake now. He's in charge of an group. And, she touched her belly, our family is about to get a little bigger. She looked at him one last time. This is the last time I'll visit you. I hope every day from now on is more miserable than the last, and full of regret. She turned and walked out without looking back. Shangxing screamed and thrashed in his cell. And Ruoxi, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. But she couldn't hear him anymore, and no matter what venom he spewed, it couldn't touch her. Outside the prison Ruoxi found Xiao Yuan and Baiqian and Jiang Ning waiting for her. Xiao Yuan leaned lazily against the car, a crushed cigarette dangling from his fingers. Baiqian sat steady and dignified in his wheelchair. Jiang Ning stood behind him, her smile warm. The sky was a deep, perfect blue. Sunlight poured over them like melted honey. Seeing them all together, and Ruoxi's eyes burned with happiness. Xiao Yuan spotted her and rushed over to hold her arm, his eyes full of adoration even as he grumbled, I told you I'd go in with you, you wouldn't let me. Did that old bastard scare my daughter? And Ruoxi rolled her eyes. It's still an embryo, what could it possibly be scared of? And how do you know it's a daughter? What if it's a son? Xiao Yuan kept going, I don't care. It's a daughter. A little girl who looks just like you, that's perfect. A son who looks like me. I'd have to beat him into shape. And Ruoxi quickly clamped his mouth shut. Don't say stuff like that. You'll scare the baby. He took the chance to kiss her hand, grinning like a wolf. I thought you said it was just an embryo. She pulled her hand away in disgust and ignored him. Baiqian laughed. We get enough of you too and your lovey-dovey nonsense at home. Can't you spare us out here too? Xiao Yuan clapped him on the shoulder, jealous. Big brother, you'd better hurry up too. And Ruoxi smacked Xiao Yuan's back. Don't you touch my brother, if you hurt him, you're not coming into my room tonight. Xiao Yuan put on a pitiful face. Big brother is strong as an ox. A tap like that is a tickle to him, right, big brother? And Bai Qian smiled knowingly. My sister probably just doesn't want you in her room tonight. And Ruoxi flushed bright red, like she'd been caught. Brother, don't say that. Xiao Yuan pulled her close and lowered his voice so only she could hear. I'll be gentle tonight. I promise you'll enjoy it. And Ruoxi gave him a flat look and walked ahead on her own. Bai Qian glanced back at Jiang Ning and smiled warmly. Let's go. Jiang Ning nodded gently. She looked up at the flawless blue sky. The sun was just right. Happiness hung thick in the air. Everything felt ordinary and precious.